Quando eu era criança, essa história começou. Só pensava em lutar com espadas. Então uma garota mais forte desse dojo se prepare e vai ser derrotada. Mas não importa o quanto eu tente ou o quanto eu treine, Quina sempre vence. Eu perdi 2000 vezes. Não vai ficar assim, eu vou treinar muito. Promete pra mim, onde nós vai ser o maior espadachim do mundo. Porque teve que ser assim, porque isso aconteceu. A Quina morreu, mas a gente prometeu. Eu sei que sua alma ainda vive em sua espada. Carrego ela comigo porque agora que você se foi, tenho que realizar esse sonho por...
Alô. Salve.
Salve.
Meu sonho! Meu nome era Nazoro. Ai. Aí, rapaziada, começando mais uma live do RT Tecnológico. Daquele jeito, meu parceiro. Vai. Se tu morrer, quando eu não realizar meu sonho. Meu nome era Nazoro. Salve.
Onde eu vou ser
Meu espadachim do
melhor
mundo.
espadachim do mundo.
Estilo 3 espadas. Moleque. Salve, rapaziada. Começando mais aí uma live do RT Tecnológico, né? E é isso aí, espero que vocês deixem o like aí, curte, se inscreve no canal se você não é inscrito, demorou? E aí assim começa a live, moleque. Ó, pampa. Lembrando vocês, tem um site lá do RT Tecnológico onde sempre posto notícias, tá? E algumas ofertas do Amazon, certo? Que a gente tá com uma parceria com a Amazon. E vocês podem estar adquirindo produto da Amazon através do nosso site lá aqui no RT Tecnológico. Ou você pode mandar um link se não tiver o produto que você queira, esteja aqui no nosso site. Você pode mandar um link que a gente vai retornar com o link do nosso aqui, certo? De venda, né? Aí você vai fazendo isso, você vai fazer com o canal RT Tecnológico cada vez mais, beleza? Aí é só clicar aqui, ó. Vai estar com o nosso link já. Aí, tipo o Xbox. O Xbox tá baratinho, mano. 2100, mano, novo Xbox Series S. Caralho. De 2.649 tá por 2.100. E é isso aí, aí já tá com um parceiro nosso aí, o 7MZ Instrumentais. Salve, 7MZ, de boa, meu parceiro? Coronou Azoro, na moral, fiquei com raiva do YouTube. Agora divulgou a estreia da Instrumental. 13 minutos para a estreia. E também o chat da live tá bugado. Vai. Eu acho. Tá não?
Uma história que conta como transforma a vingança.
Não foi não? Oxe, aqui tava. Agora vai, mano. Escreve alguma coisa aqui, velho. Deixa eu mandar um link do Discord. Eu tô com meu parceiro Natan. Salve, Natan. De boa? Cadê ele?
De boa.
Boa. Aí, agora tá pegando. Tá animadão, 7MZ? Ó, o Discord aí pra você estar entrando. Demorou? Ó. Chama. Aqui no grupo, que é o grupo Discord. Se vocês quiserem entrar, tá aí, tá? Você pode estar falando comigo. Demorou? Ó, batendo papo com a gente aí, ó. Tem os memes que a gente manda aqui, os rapaziada tá se mandando, eu também mando. Tem o joguinho aqui do AQUI. Ó o Vicêncio aí, o rapaziada tá jogando aqui o jogo no servidor. Ele tenta adivinhar qual personagem do anime, né, que tá desenho. Você tá falando pra ele aqui. Morou? É isso, mano. E hoje a gente vai ver. Tá esperando aqui a estreia do 7MZ. 7MZ vai... também o chat da live tá Tô animado, é isso. Ó, o 7 milhões tá
Alô,
esperando.
cria.
Esperando aqui, ó. Estreia rap do Zoro instrumental.
Fala.
Eu consegui dar um... É, meu parceiro. Vai, parceiro. É, qual que foi? Falar comigo? Ai. E, ó, esperando a estreia do 7MZ aqui, hein? Eu consegui dar um jeito no meu editor exportar mais rápido os vídeos. Dá um F5 pra ver a estreia. Aí, ó. Cadê 7MZ? Cadê 7MZ? Bora! Vou mandar aqui. Ai, caramba. Bora lá, rapaziada. Aqui, ó, do... Hoje é Xbox, hein? Ó, como eu tô falando em todas as lives aqui, tá tendo Gamescom, né? 2022. Tá rolando desde a terça-feira, vai até o dia 28, até domingo, né? E é isso. Então a gente sempre não tá vendo no dia, né? A gente tá vendo, não tô fazendo a reação do dia, mas sim no dia seguinte. E do Xbox foi ontem, às 9 horas da manhã. Hoje teve outro, acho que às 3 horas da tarde. E amanhã também. Demorou? E então a gente ontem do Xbox veio hoje, entendeu? E assim seguiu. O de hoje a gente vai ver amanhã. E o de sábado a gente vai ver no domingo. E o de domingo a gente vai ver na segunda, tranquilo? É isso aí. E hoje a live vai até tarde, hein? Vai embora. E tem gameplay também, mano. Não é só reagir no vídeo, não. Tem gameplay, tá? Minha voz tá meio ruim porque eu tô meio gripado. Tava fazendo frio até agora em São Paulo, agora dá mau calor da pega. Calma aí. Morou de esperar, pô. Que rap vai vir aqui?
Mano, tem muita coisa que você vai ver. Nossa, paga de fã e não escuta a gente em outras plataformas digitais? Vai lá, link na descrição.
Rapzinho, né, mano? Esperando estrear, né? Esperando estrear o... Aqui tá mal frio. Onde você mora, ô 7MZ? Mora pro sul? Aqui tá mal calor, mano. Esquentou. Acho que aqui deve estar uns 22, 21. Quantos graus tá aqui? É... 22. Tá 22 graus. 22. Só tô esperando a estreia do 7MZ aqui pra ver o vídeo dele. Aí depois nós taca ali pau no Xbox aqui, ó. Já tá no peito. 4 horas e 33 minutos e 58 segundos pra assistir o vídeo do Xbox. Demorou? Quero que vocês acompanhem comigo aí, pô. Qualquer coisa a gente faz um intervalinho aí, faz uns reclames dos... Oxe, porque eu pausei o vídeo. Faz uns reclames do plim plim. Vai deixando o like aí, eu quero like. Quero like, rapaziada. Quero like. Ai.
Cara, não vai ter lá pra mim não, velho.
Oi? Ah, tem que ter lá pra você, né? Já entrou na minha live, deixou o like? Não vou ter lá não.
Tem que ter lá.
Acho que é daqui, né? Hello? Ai. Tamo. A gente tem jogatina aí, né? Tem jogatina. Natan vai trabalhar? Vai trabalhar amanhã, Natan? Vai, tá de folga quando? Segunda?
Não tenho folga semana não.
Não? Eita. Ó, Natan conhece, Natan conhece.
Da sua derrota. Como não ninguém cai.
Oi, você viu... Você não tá acompanhando o mangá, né, de One Piece, né?
Eu vi o que
no-
aconteceu lá.
As novas recompensas? Você viu as novas recompensas?
Vi.
Do Zoro, o Zoro, você viu?
O Zoro por 1100.
É.
Tinha mais que o Jimby.
Mais que o Jimmy e mais que o Sanji, né?
Ah, o Sandy ficou em quarto, ficou 984 mil.
Não, ficou 1.039.000, acho.
Não.
Foi 1 milhão
Não,
e...
carai.
900...
O Jimmy que pegou 1.039.000, cara.
Não, o Jimmy pegou 1.100.000. O Zoro tá 1.101.000. E o Sanji tá 1.039.000. A Nico Robin que tá 939.
Ah, é verdade.
É, entendeu? Aí o Zoro zoando o Sanji. Falando, Jimmy, nem liga pra esse quarto lugar aí. Ai, caralho. Ah, da hora. Só espero que a estreia não bugue, porque senão eu vou ter que lançar sem a estreia. Tranquilo. Ó. Vai. Sextou, rapaziada. Sextou com S de cerveja. O S de churrasco. Não, com S de cerveja. Não é não, Natan?
Oi.
Sextou com S de cerveja, né?
Aham.
Aqui. Pode ser.
Pô, galera, vocês sabem que essa música também tá no Spotify e em todas as plataformas digitais, né?
Sabe, né? Você sabe, né? Cadê, cara? É, só espero que... Finalmente, mano, sextou, é nóis, tamo junto. Casbri, salve, Casbri, de boa? Deixa o like aí, meu parceiro, tamo junto, hein? Fala parceiro, mas não sei se é mulher, um homem. Eu falo Casbri, meu parceiro. 3 minutos, se um cara chamado youtuber não bugar a estreia de novo. Não, vai bugar não, agora vai dar certo, parceiro. Estamos aqui na espera. Deixa o like, ó. Dê no like aí, ó. Tá maluco? Não deixa no like aí, rapaziada.
Me recomponho. Intenções apenas um trago.
Ó, Natan sabe todos os rap do 7 minutos aí. Já meti o dedo no like, isso. Mete o dedo no like sem dó. Tal. Aquele dedada, dá aquela dedada. Viu a descrição do vídeo? Adivinha quem tá lá. Ah.
Ingredientes de todos os sons.
Instrumento rap do Zoro, o maior espadachim do mundo, Nerd Hits. Canal do TECNOLOGIco. Ah, é, cara. SEJAM, cara. Canal do TECNOLOGIco. Rap original, valeu, meu parceiro. Tamo junto, hein. É isso. É isso. Vai. Estou rezando pro YouTube não bugar, não vai bugar não. Ô, 7MZ, qual que foi o anime que você indicou ontem, mano? Eu tinha indicado um anime, vou perguntar pro Nathan se ele já assistiu. O Nathan já, provavelmente já deve ter assistido sim, mano. Nathan que fica me indicando os animes aqui. Ele me indicou um anime, mano, que eu fiquei no ódio. Todo mundo morre, mano. E o principal não é o principal, é o que mais aparece, tá ligado? O que mais aparece não é o principal. E
não,
morre.
O principal é a Kami.
É a mulher, né?
É,
só que ela não aparece tanto.
É, para preparar o nome do anime já.
Espera que eu tô lembrando. Como que é?
Mano.
Isso. Aí, Nathan.
Oh, beleza. Oi.
Já.
Qual que é?
The Greatest Demon Lord.
Já?
Demon Lord. Já assistiu? É bom?
Não, mano.
Mais ou menos?
Não.
Não curte muito, não? Cadê a estreia? Olha aí, ó. Tem que faltar quantos minutos pra acabar aqui? É o tempo de começar aqui? 2 minutos?
Que, tio?
Aê, foi. Bora.
Ah, tá.
Vai. Bora aqui, ó. Começar? Vou dar um F5 aqui. Atualizar. O rap, o instrumental do rap do Oronazoro, feito pelo 7BZ Instrumentais. Aí, ó, se inscreve no canal dele também, rapaziada. A gente vai deixando o like aqui, ó. Mete o dedo no like. Tem dó. Lembra que eu falei que tem uma surpresa pra você no começo e no final do vídeo. Opa, uma surpresinha pra mim? Tamo junto.
Eu gosto de surpresinha.
Eu gosto de surpresinha, mano. Você não gosta, não?
Eu gosto.
Então.
Eu não gosto.
Quem não gosta de uma surpresa? Tá louco, me deixa muito feliz. Vai. 30 segundos. 30 segundos. Uma musiquinha de preparação. Tô esperando. Ama. Na verdade era pra ser o rap da Katsu, mas não vou contar, mas vai ter que ver o vídeo. Fechou.
Não sei não, hein? Tá com cara de que não segue ainda os 7 minutos nas nossas redes sociais. Segue lá, pô, @7MZ Oficial.
7MZ Oficial. Não tem a fala, rapaziada. É só o instrumental só. Instrumental por Wesley. É Wesley? Esse vídeo é para a Tecnológico. Ô, meu parceiro, tamo junto, hein? Boa. Obrigado, hein?
Vai ser instrumental?
Só instrumental, só. Ele falou que ele faz a parte instrumental do 7 minutos, tá ligado? Eu morrer quando eu não realizar meu sonho. Meu nome é Lua, sua. Vai. O melhor espadachim do mundo. Boa, quando eu realizar meu sonho. Meu nome é Lua, sua. Vai. O melhor espadachim do mundo. Tio dos 3 espadas. Só a batida só, moleque.
Ai, Caco, vou dar uma saída aqui já.
Demorou. Depois você entra aí. Tamo junto.
Depois eu volto aí, demorou?
Fechou. Ó, só a batida só, moleque. Mas... De aumentar. Ei. Melhor espadachim do mundo. Coronoa. Zoro Sola. Edição por tag, vídeo para R Tecnológico. É nóis, mano. Tamo junto. É isso. Deixa eu me dizer, Nerd Hits. Top, meu parceiro. Top. Ih, cadê? Top. Manda mais. Agora! Valeu, mano. Tamo junto. É isso. Obrigado a você, mano. É isso. Agora! Gamescom. Bora para o Gamescom. 4 horas. Estão preparados para 4 horas? Ah, não garanto nada, mas eu posso assistir uns 10 minutinhos, né? 10 minutinhos. Caramba, cadê a legenda? Português, ó. Tem legenda. Hoje tem legenda. É isso. Eu não assisto no dia porque não tem legenda. Entendeu? Os outros eu assisti, mas não tinha legenda mesmo. Mas esse daí, logo do Xbox, tem legenda. Então vamos assistir hoje legendado. É 4 horas e meia com legenda, mano. Com legenda. É isso. Aí. Com legenda. Maior de 18 anos. 18.
Hello, ich bin Phil Spencer. We at Team Xbox are excited to be back at Gamescom to celebrate gaming with our fans.
Não vou ficar lendo não, né? Vocês leem
isso. Whether attending the show or watching from home, fans in Germany, Europe, and around the world can expect a little more insight into some of our previously announced games coming to Xbox in the next 12 months. We're excited to continue building a community.
Também tô nomeado. Bora, mostra aí os jogos. Todo planeta. Todo planeta, é isso. Todo planeta. Tá no YouTube, todo planeta. 2022, falei. Ó, bagulho lotado. O evento lá lotado lá, ó. Estados Unidos. A gente tem Estados Unidos e Canadá ali o bagulho.
Microsoft Flight Simulator, Jörg Neumann, and also the CEO of ACESSE Studio, Sebastian Floch. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Maxi. It's great to be back here at Gamescom,
right?
In beautiful Cologne, in person. Let's go.
Thanks
so much.
Let's go.
Thank you. And I heard you brought something special with you today.
Yes, we did. We thought we have to rise to the occasion and do something special, and we had to come up with something new. So for the first time, we're doing something called City Update, which essentially means we made 5 new photogrammetry cities here in the area, and we have a trailer, so let's take a look.
Vamos lá, Stage. Hoje tem legenda, moleque. Hoje dá pra assistir de boa, né? 4 horas. Senhor dos Anéis. Ó, um pão de futebol. Top. A legenda ali, música. Tem música, parceiro. Oh, Voltou? Simulador da Microsoft. Só pra Microsoft, exclusivo da Microsoft. É lógico, né? Evento da Microsoft, né? Vai falar de jogo de... Ah, ela falou do estádio de futebol lá. Ah, eu tive futebol do cara, o cara é fã, por isso que ele colocou ali no jogo. No jogo não, né? Mas pelo menos no vídeo, né?
So we have millions of photographs. Out of that, we built these 3D cities, and so it's beautiful. And I hope the Germans love it a little bit. But that's not the only thing that we did for Germany. So when we go into a region, we try to do.
Ah, passando na Alemanha lá o jogo.
We call those local legends. It's a plane that is not that well known in the world, but it's known in the country. So last year for Gamescom, we actually launched the Junkers U-52, which is my personal favorite plane. And for this year, we said, what are we going to do to top this? And we are taking the sort of the father of the Junkers U-52. It's the Junkers F-13, which was the first metal transport plane in the world. So it actually started airlines, that one. And yeah, so we actually have a trailer. So let's take a look.
Então vamos pegar e vamos ver, olhar isso. Bora olhar esse trailer aí. É o mesmo simulador? É só explicando uma coisa a mais, mostrando mais o gameplay, né? Simulador. Caramba, um gráfico bonito, hein? Oh, pensou você jogar com o próprio controle lá, assim, de avião mesmo? Aí é top, hein? Não sei se vocês já viram os vídeos que os caras tomam um telão na mão, setup, os telão grandona aqui, o painelzão de controle mesmo de avião. Aí é top de jogar, hein? Esse trailer da música é realmente, você está apenas trazendo uma bela de peça. Vamos ficar lendo, né? Senão eu vou ficar louco. Dá vontade de ler, mano. Ficar falando.
What is the process like to make it as authentic as possible? I'm assuming you can't just like travel back in time and talk to the German engineer Hugo Juncker.
Olha o bagulho, evento lotado lá, ficou lotado. Lotou.
We need to put that in the flight sim. No, seriously. So it's a ton of research. The first thing we do is, are there any surviving aircraft? So this plane is from 1922, and we looked, and there are pieces. So we first contact all the museums where the pieces are. And so in this case, the German museum, Deutsche Museum in Munich, has an original cockpit. They had it in storage. We told them what our plan were. They're like, we'll bring it out of storage. So we scanned that in down to the millimeter. And then they also had a replica, so we've scanned the exterior. And then there's a company, the Junkers company celebrated the 100-year anniversary of this plane just recently, and they built 3 replicas. So we talked to that team as well, and they let us scan all the new instruments, and they had people who fly that. So they gave us feedback on the flight model and everything to make sure that it's perfect. So it takes a ton of people, but it's great fun.
Isso são uma tonelada de pessoal, uma parte de gente, né? Pra fazer o simulador, hein? Rapaz.
We bring outside people in. So this particular plane is actually made by a German engineer, a software engineer. His name is Oliver Moser. And he works with the German Museum and a whole bunch of other people to really get it right. And the curators of those museums, they live those planes. That's what they do in their life, right? So they know everything about everything. We can ask them any questions. So that's the process with old aircraft. With new aircraft, Sepp is actually oftentimes traveling.
Yeah. Just last summer we visited a school to fly on the gimbal Cabri G2. When we do an aircraft, we make it extremely realistic. We go capture audio data, flight data, visual data, and we test the aircraft with engineers from the manufacturers or even test pilots.
Então antes de eles fazer o simulador, eles estudaram o avião todo, né? Eu tô falando aqui que foram no museu, fizeram todo... Estudaram, fizeram toda a estrutura do avião para poder fazer ele, né? Fazer simulador com esse avião aí. Deve estar num estudo, né?
It's like we're a little bit in awe, right? We're living history. We feel very thankful. We always say we're standing on the shoulders of giants. Bruce Ardwick made the first flight sim. He invented the genre. We try to stay very true to that fundamental vision. And I would say that what stands out to me is the fans. We talk to them all the time. There's people that have been with flight sim for 40 years, so in the 80s. They know everything, and they're very vocal and active, and that's what makes it fun.
When you're talking about the community, what have they been asking for the 40th anniversary?
Yeah, so they have a lot of requests. Two that stood out for us was helicopters and gliders. And Sepp and his awesome team at the SOBRE did a bunch of work. So Sepp, just talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, so helicopters and gliders, they both are very specific and they require a lot more accurate simulation of the airflow around the aircraft. So for example, for helicopters, we have the gimbal Cabri G2. We simulate 1,000 surfaces of the helicopter instead of just one, which was the previous helicopter model. And we have to simulate also the airflow
Fizeram simulador de helicóptero também.
Because the rotor is what makes the helicopter fly, and it pushes the air downwards.
Cara, estão falando aqui, ó, pra fazer o simulador, os caras têm que entender tudo do avião, do helicóptero.
We have added a visualization, so people can turn on and off a tool that allows to see how the air flows around the helicopter. So when you see the air really,
caramba, tem até como que o fluxo de ar ela fica no helicóptero, né, mano?
Very important effects that account when you fly in helicopter. One of these is translational lift. Translational lift is when the helicopter goes forward. It's easier for it to catch the air and climb up. And we actually flew the gimbal in July, and it's very strong, the effect. When you fly, you go forward, and as soon as you go forward, you get a lot of lift, and it really goes up. Yeah. Another effect we have is the ground effect. When the propeller, when the rotor pushes the air down, it's for the helicopter like climbing a ladder that always goes down. And when you go closer to the ground, the air is blocked by the ground. It goes down slower, and the helicopter can.
Cara, é engenheiro, né, mano? Não é possível. É assim pra você entender um bagulho desse, mano. O fluxo de ar, como que ele funciona, quando ele liga a hélice, como que o ar joga o helicóptero pra cima, baixo, como funciona.
And we couldn't even go up vertically, we had to go up forward. Yeah.
And another thing you said, it sounds very dangerous, that's like this blade flapping. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
I don't have any aircraft knowledge this deep, but it sounds like it's a baby bird's first fly. I don't know.
Almost. It feels like wings. So the helicopter physics is really very complex. We had to push it up from 100 hertz to 1,000 hertz, so just to capture a rotor going around, because it spins so fast. And flapping is when the helicopter wants to go left, it needs to push on the left side, so the rotor goes up and down and up and down. It actually resonates when it turns around, but everything is offset by about 90 degrees because it's also soft, right? It takes time for the rotor to bend and push the helicopter on the other side. One important effect is the vortex effect with the ring vortex. When the helicopter spins, when the helicopter rotor spins, it creates a vortex. When you go down, it goes into its own airflow, its own vortex, and it's very hard for it to climb at that moment.
Caramba, o simulador tem como fosse real mesmo, mano. E ainda simula e mostra pra você como funciona o fluxo de ar. Quando você toma o avião, o fluxo de ar joga o avião, o helicóptero pro lado, joga o helicóptero pro outro. Tem toda a mecânica mesmo, como funciona. Não é simples simulador. O pessoal vai lá e... É louco, mano. Os caras mostram tudo. Estudaram bastante, hein?
Experienced pilots will know where to find updrafts, but we added a system for anyone to see them in the environment, so you can see the air flowing up, and it's easier to find where that happens. The pilots can then fly in the environment, go up. It allows you. The glider has a very long glide distance, but when there's updraft, it can stay in the air for hours, basically, as long as there's sunlight and as long as it heats up the air. And it makes it very fun. You can glide along mountains, hills where everything is south exposed, goes up, and so it makes it a very complex and enjoyable experience with that visualization.
You spent clearly a lot of time in this. Have you shown this like to any pilots or other people outside?
Yeah, for example.
Calma aí. Vou pegar uma água. 4 horas, vou pegar uma água também. Tora, né? Então, biscoito. Isso é biscoito. Ó, isso é biscoito. Tá escrito, ó, biscoito. Isso é biscoito, entendeu? Não é bolacha. Bolacha é bolacha. Bolacha com recheio. Bagulho com recheio é bolacha. Daqui é biscoito.
For example, the helicopter simulation, we show that to instructors of the same helicopter model, and they flew with it, compared it to the real-life helicopter. They were super impressed by how realistic this is, how it reproduces exactly the flight of the helicopter in all the different conditions.
And for the gliders, we're actually working with a studio called Flight Sim Studio. They're glider pilots. They know tons about this. So yeah, we look for experts just to make it right.
So since the instructors were so impressed, would you think that the community would be equally impressed?
Yeah, we've been showing this a little bit, the visualization tools and all that, and you know, in the past, like our last flight sim was called Flight Sim 10. It was basically a helicopter was a box with a single point. Now SEB has thousands of points. The physics simulation is out of this world. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before, and they are over the moon. So they can't wait.
They can't wait. So I loved hearing about helicopters and gliders and planes. Do you have any other aircrafts coming to the 40th anniversary edition?
Yeah, so there's actually the third big question from the community was it's called True to Life airliner. That means, you know, airliners are hugely complex. They have thousands of buttons, and True to Life means that every button does something. So we work with a team, they're called INI-Builds, they're experts, they're doing an A310 Airbus, and I think the community can't wait. I mean, those things are typically just payware, and we now put it...
É o simulador que os caras, mano, fizeram, tipo, quase não, deve ser perfeito, mano, que eu não joguei ainda, mas... Os caras falando aqui, eles estudaram muito, né, foram no museu e perguntaram como que é o estilo de voo. Acho que deve ter voado aqui, se eu não me engano, eles falaram. Que voaram com o avião e com o helicóptero, né? E todo como o helicóptero quanto o avião antigo lá do anos 70, 80, 40, uma coisa assim. Falaram que no simulador ele funciona igualzinho na vida real, né? Então, não é sempre um jogo. Aí, ó, simuladorzão do helicóptero. Simulador. Aviões.
Well, it looks like we
Dia 11
have
do
a
quê?
few
Você tem?
more surprises in this trailer, and we have some
Olha o cara
things in
fantasiado de
there that we
Mortal
didn't see
Kombat
before.
do...
That is exactly true.
Esqueci o nome,
there's
mano.
a Curtiss JN4 Jenny that's from 1915. It's actually the plane. They made thousands of these, and it's the plane that everybody in like
Que
literally
Mortal
America
Kombat eu
and
jogo
also
mais
in
com
Europe
Sub-Zero,
trained.
velho.
So that's when airplanes
Sub-Zero e
really
o
took
policial
off.
lá.
Around that
Esqueci
time,
o
and
nome
that
também.
plane is at the center of all that. Then the next plane we added was the Grumman Goose 21A. Beautiful plane. It's famous because it shuffled Hollywood famous people to Catalina Island and places like that with waterplanes. So it's lots of luminaries. And a lot of them are left because, you know, honestly, wealthy people had those planes. And then at the very end, I don't know if you saw that huge plane, that's the Hughes H-4 Hercules. It's better known as the Spruce Goose. So that's Howard Hughes's, you know, he was a big, ambitious guy. So he said, I'm going to build the biggest plane ever made. And forever and ever, this was the biggest plane in the world. And it only flew once for 20 seconds. And we worked very closely with the museum. There's a museum in Oregon called Evergreen Museum. It's part of the Smithsonian organization. And they have the plane. So they let us in there, take photographs. They gave us tons and tons of feedback. And they're so happy because this is going to be the first time the Spruce Goose really flies. So it's going to be cool.
That is really, really amazing. I'm not sure if that's the one, but I want to touch a little bit on the legacy, and maybe this is some of the moments that captures this. 40 years of flight sim. What has fans coming back to the flight simulator like every day?
To me, I mean, we talk about this as a team all the time. To me, it really is like the fundamental...
Depois de 4 anos eles voltaram. Ah, deve ser um outro trampo, né, mano?
Flying is a human dream. And it's been a human dream for a long time. I honestly think people looked at the sky, looked at the birds and said...
Demoraram 4 anos pra fazer esse simulador aí, será? É bom, né, mano? Você viu o gráfico? Bonito pra caramba. O estudo tem que fazer também sobre a mecânica do avião, do helicóptero e tudo. Não é um simulador mesmo, quando você estivesse pilotando o avião, quando você estivesse tirando a carta, né?
When we started this, we had 4 petabytes of data, which is 4,000 terabytes, a lot. And
o pessoal todo fantasiado lá atrás.
Suddenly could actually show every house, every building. We have 1.5 billion houses. We have 3 or 4 trillion trees. So we have literally every house and every tree on the planet, and everything looks right. So what people are doing now is what I call digital tourism. So there were always people interested in planes, and now people are also interested in the world. And let's just look at everything and visit it. And I think that's a new dimension that we've added that brings in new people to this hobby, and it's a beautiful thing.
É um simulador onde você anda realmente pela cidade, né? Quando eles fizeram da Alemanha e fizeram acho que nos Estados Unidos ali, Nova York, sei lá.
There's so many different things to discover, so many planes, so many aircraft, so many helicopters. It's just very vast to explore. And then the playground is the planet, right? It's huge. You have so many cities, millions of cities. You have so many countries. You can go travel, prepare travels. There's just so vast. There's way more than 40 years of stuff to discover.
I have one question for you both, because I want to know, which is your favorite city to fly over?
A cidade favorita?
That's a very good question. So I really like Sydney.
All right.
Because I've never been, and I want to go because I saw it in flights. And and I actually landed everywhere under the Bay Bridge or whatever the bridge is called. Awesome. I need to go in the real world. Yeah.
What's yours, Sebastian?
It's gonna be San Francisco.
San Francisco.
São Francisco. Eu gosto de São Francisco. Perguntou qual é a cidade favorita dele.
Like, I want to fly over that.
I spent a month in South America. I've never been to South America. I flew around for a month. I now have a sense what Suriname looks like. I had no earthly idea, right? So, but it actually sort of this itch to travel, especially during the pandemic. I couldn't go anywhere. That really helped me, and it really brings the planet closer to you. It's great.
It does, and there's nothing like taking your Halo Pelican and hover over your own street in Munich. I can just recommend that. So the important question, of course, when will fans be able to hop into the cockpit to take off with the 40th anniversary edition?
Yeah, I mean, so the 40th anniversary edition is releasing on November 11th, so that's 3 months from now. It's a full box of chocolate. So we talked about some planes. So it has 12 new planes. It has 14 heliports, 10 glider airports. It has 4 classic airports we didn't really ever talk about yet. Like flight sim always used to start in Chicago on Meigs Field. That airport closed. We didn't have it in our original sim. Now we have it. There's others coming. There's new missions. We're bringing missions back from the old sim. So I think it's a true celebration of the franchise.
É caro esse simulador, hein?
Don't know.
Jogo aí de simulador é jogo, é um simulador mesmo.
For people who are on
Caro.
Xbox, on Game Pass, and to already own
Jogo de simulador é caro.
I love celebrations.
É mais de
I
1000.
love everything that is free. So I can't wait to hit the skies with this 40th anniversary edition of Flight Simulator. Thank you so much, Jörg. Thank you so much, Sebastian, for coming here. And as you always say at the end of your trailers, the sky is calling.
Yeah, see you in the skies.
Te vejo no céu.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
So before we hear from the folks behind Planet of Lana, let's visit a spooky reimagine of Boston in 1925. In this uniquely macabre mystery, you inhabit the bootstraps of a dashing detective investigating a chilling murder with a demon as your partner. It's the classic kind of good cop, demon cop routine. It has full of puzzles, an eye-catching art style, great action gameplay, and a plot that will have you at the end of your seat. Check out the new trailer for this wonderful, unique-looking adventure. It is The Last Case of Benedict Fox.
Benedict Fox. Vamos ver esse Benedict Fox. Jogo de aventura. É, que a gente viu aqui, apareceu logo no começo do Gamescom. O jogo de 2D, né? Mata monstro lá. Nossa, esse jogo deve ser top, hein?
That's him. My father. What secrets did he take to his grave?
Os segredos que ele levou para o topo.
Glad you came back, my beautiful canvas.
Essa tua dona. Esse jogo vai ser legal, hein? Parece ser da hora mesmo. Tá bagulho no meu olho desde manhã, mano. Rodando agora. Então... Eu parece bom.
Coming up next is Plague Tale Weekrim, but first, Charlie is standing by with our very own Aaron Greenberg, and I have a very special question for Aaron. Can you show us your nails?
Just like gaming is for everyone, so is getting your nails done in the Xbox controller.
Ó, então é assim.
Thank you, Maxi. That was so great. And now I've learned about
É
shellac.
bonito.
It's a whole process, right? And
I
I'm
feel like I'm
hoping
in a secret beauty club now or something.
he really is. I do hope you take these techniques back with you to Seattle. Maybe Phil next, a Trends, maybe.
I'm in. Who's
looking at
next?
you.
Let's do this. Let's get the Xbox nails trending.
Absolutely, we're going to do it. Right, to the here and now, how does it feel being back at Gamescom after 3 years and surrounded by this incredible community?
This is like a dream come true. I mean, you know, for us at Xbox, like it always starts with the fans. It's about the fans.
Always, yeah.
These are the most memorable moments of all the years. We love the games, we love the products, but the memories we create with fans are ones that last forever. And to finally, after 3 years, to be back here is really special.
It really is. Talking of memories, do you have any favorite ones? And you can't say talking to me 3 years ago either. See, that was great.
Planted. So, no, I would say, listen, we have done FanFest. That's always been kind of the highlight of Gamescom. Fans here in Germany, fans from all over Europe come. We've done parties on boats on the Rhine. We've done FanFest on a boat. And so this year, you know, we have a big booth here at Gamescom. We did a really great after-hours event just for fans last night.
Esse ano tem um festival de games aqui no Brasil, né? Não lembro o nome qualquer.
Throwing controllers into the
Might have thrown a few
Bye, oh boy.
But then it turned into like a sea shanty fest.
Yeah, it was great.
And fans were singing sea shanties, and it was like just the joy and love we get from our fans. It just warms our heart, and we miss this.
Yeah, absolutely. And for those who can be here this year, what can they expect from us on the booth at Gamescom?
Well, we have tons of playable. So, I mean, start maybe with Pentiment. So, you know, obviously Josh Sawyer and the team Obsidian have been working on this incredibly rich narrative adventure, taking us back to 16th century Bavaria. So, of course, we had to launch it right here in Bavaria. Fans are loving it. That's coming out in November. We've got new Age of Empires 4 updates.
Yeah, we
two
do.
new Civs coming. Those are also free for Age 4 players. We've got some great partner titles here, Liza P. So if you were looking for like that Pinocchio meets Bloodborne meets Game Pass.
Evento do Xbox lotado. Vai o Superman lá atrás lá.
It is in the like 18 plus section.
The secret bit over there.
Yeah.
Superman lá, Superman lá atrás lá.
Benedict Fox.
Yes.
That was a big highlight from Showcase. And I got to meet the team from Plot Twist. They're here from Poland.
Aí ó, Superman aí ó.
There's a lot of developers here creating games for Xbox and for PC and for the ecosystem. And to get to meet those teams is also super special. And then of course for Grounded, the full release.
Superman de cuequinha pra fora. Aí não, pô.
A giant 17-foot,
Olha o
over
Batman.
5 meters wide brood mothers.
And I'm told that that's to scale as well versus in-game. That's how big she is.
Yes. So yeah, we're having a great time. The booth's filled with games, filled with fans. I mean, that's what Gamescom's about. And it's just nice to finally be back here and let people get to experience some of that magic again. Nothing beats in person.
100%. Couldn't say it better myself. So thank you so much, Aaron. Coming up next, we'll get an inside look at the much anticipated A Plague Tale Requiem.
A trailer de jogo. Bora.
Stay here in control. Report if you see one bloody rat.
I knew it. I knew it. All right. Move, quick. Far across the sea, an island calls.
Nothing ever stays nice. It always turns bad.
Things aren't always nice. You can change them.
How?
The way we always do. We fight. How far will you go to save the ones you love? A Plague Tale Requiem picks up a few months after the end of Innocence, right around the first days of summer. Amicia and Hugo are headed south, along with their mother Beatrice and the young alchemist Lucas, reaching places still spared by the devouring plague, the raging wars, and the rabid rats that are running rampant in the north.
Is that a fair?
Beneath the warm sun of 14th century
Ah, é porque Game deu de graça um jogo parecido com esse aí, mano. Você tem que proteger o seu irmãozinho, tá ligado? Eu tenho ele, hein?
But for a recurrent dream that Hugo has been having of a mysterious island that calls him.
These look like teeth. It's a two-teeth island.
How come nobody noticed their disappearance?
Maybe nobody cares.
Maybe. One day, the macular illness that's been dormant inside Hugo awakens. And the dreaded living nightmare begins again. In the wake, Amicia finds herself with no other choice but to trust her brother's dreams and head further south towards the elusive island before he's consumed by the terrible macular affliction.
The bite, yes. They locked the arena down. They let them die here.
It's starting all over again. Her mind is made up. She will find a cure in what dreams and prophecy may hold.
Get used to it.
With almost no one they can trust.
This is your life now.
Amicia and Hugo must traverse land and water as restless forces stand against them.
Amicia, you're all right.
After the events of last winter, Amicia is hardened, experienced, and when backed against the wall, can be surprisingly resourceful. With several new tricks up her sleeve, she is now able to freely choose between striking from the shadows or unleashing hell with a variety of equipment and tools.
Caramba. Olha, tipo um jogo de estratégia, né, mano? Não tem arma nenhuma, só. É.
Hugo wants more than ever to help his big sister and not hinder their progress.
We need to leave or we'll do everything.
The macula within him is a double-edged sword that has deepened his connection with the rats.
The rats. They can feel people's blood. Now I can too.
The This powerful ability can decimate entire squads of soldiers. It takes a severe toll on Hugo every time he uses it.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
Ah não, o moleque controla os bichão, os ratos.
Their journey brings not only hardship, but also unexpected friends. These colorful characters help the Daruns carry their terrible burden.
It's not my first time.
While offering unique skills and resources to bring them closer to their elusive goal.
Move as soon as he's gone. It never lost.
For Amicia and Hugo, the road ahead will test the limits of what they can endure on all levels, and just how far they're willing to go. Reaching the island is only the first step to truly understanding the terrible affliction that's stricken their family. As the lines between reality, fantasy, and fate dissolve, keeping it together and finding the cure to save Hugo will be nothing short of a miracle. But Amicia has hope, and hope is the last thing lost.
Others are burned in it.
If you kill, be ready to be killed. No!
A Plague Tale Requiem
Plague Tale.
releases October 18th on Xbox Series.
Wow, what a journey. I don't know about you, but I've been eager to get back to the rat-infested France of the 14th century, which is a sentence I never thought I'd say, and it's in part thanks to this guy over here, Kevin Chateau, game director for A Plague Tale Requiem, releasing this fall. Kevin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me. I'm super happy to be here.
It's such a good day. So we're going to dive right into that trailer. As it mentioned, this is the follow-up to the smash hit Innocence. So I was wondering if you can catch us up to where Amicia and Hugo are up to now.
So the game takes place in the 14th century southwest France. They came from the southwest, but they had to flee because of the event of the first one. And so we joined them 6 months after the event of the first one on the road. They are arriving in Provence, so southeast France, and we are gonna explore this region.
Jogo tipo numa pegada do Metal Gear, né? De se esconder, fazer estratégia.
Or people who are waiting to jump right
Tem
into
arma.
Requiem, I should say, but maybe they've
Só.
not played Innocence. Would you say it's recommended reading? Is it important to go back? I'm certain you'll say it is, but what do you think for new fans?
No, of course they should
Well, yeah,
play
absolutely.
it. No, it's we have not rebooted, but rethink everything in the game. So it's a brand new game. We have done everything to onboard everyone joining a Plague Tale universe. So even if you haven't played the first one, you can jump in. It will be good for you.
Absolutely. So I was actually wondering if you could talk a little bit about the sort of accessibility and the onboarding that you've done and what you had in mind during development. What are some of the key changes coming to Requiem, especially for those who loved the original as well?
So there's a lot of new things. Of course, you've seen it in a trailer. In terms of gameplay, it's much more wider, bigger, much more open than the first one was.
Yeah, I picked up on that actually, yeah.
Yeah, it was quite narrow, the first one, so we were able to open it even further and offer new tools to Amicia, like the deadly crossbow she has now, or the knife she can use.
Quite the arsenal she's got with her now, yeah.
Yeah, and it's quite different for her because now she's using war weapon. It was not something she was doing in the first one, so she's ready to deal with death much more than
very ready. Deal with death and deal out death by the looks of the trailer. So you mentioned the word new a lot, and I think it's important to point out that this is a new console generation that we're working with at the moment. So what kind of shiny current gen features can we expect to see in Requiem?
So there's many things. Again, the first one that come into my mind is we have pushed the facial expression, the mocap even further. It was a brand new thing for us. We had no mocap on the first one, so we built up our studio. We've learned new ways to work, so we've improved this aspect of the game, and visually it's much more stunning than the first one was. We've we wanted a larger game, as I was saying, but we needed then more light, because light is a key element of our gameplay.
I love the way every new thing brings its own problems that you had to
overcome.
Yeah.
So we had a much more wider area, so it means more light. Light is very expensive in terms of performances for the game, so it was a big challenge. But also, of course, wider space. We need
Gotta
more
fill it with
bats.
something.
Yeah. So we jump up from 5,000 to 300,000 rats on the screen.
That's a lot of rats to begin
pega
with. So sorry, say that one more
300
time.
mil
That's
ratos,
5,000
mano.
to 300,000.
Yeah, that's it.
Are you lot okay? That's a
Assim
lot
pra
of rats to put in
300
the video
mil
game.
ratos. Ave
Well, I was
Maria.
going to say, well,
Que
thanks to
trampo,
all of
hein?
those rats, it does mean that when we say that Amicia and Hugo have been through quite a lot,
Nossa.
I think it's a little bit of an understatement, especially now. And at the end of the day, they're actually still children, if there are anyone out there who didn't know
Imagina
that much
fazer
background
300
from the
mil
story.
ratos,
So,
mano.
how do you go about
Quanto
showing
C,
their
quanto V, foi
relationship in an
longe, hein?
authentic way after everything
Ó.
that they've been through together?
It's hard to do that because
Ah, deve ter algum comando lá que você quero.
they have experience.
Provavelmente.
they were
No
almost
AutoCAD
dead sometime, and
ele tem
a lot of
essa
people
função
around
e
them,
quantos você
died,
quer
so
fazer,
they
né?
have to grow
Mas o
up
negócio
much more
é
mature than, what they
a
should be at
mecânica,
their
né?
age.
Eles fazem os movimentos ali.
It's super hard to build up
Peso ali,
story
a
and
maioria
convey,
deles ali, eles
convincing dialogue for children. Fortunately, the team is
fizeram o
quite
mesmo,
old
pra ter o
now,
mesmo
and,
movimento, né?
yeah.
Age is but a number.
But and we a lot of us have children, so we can be inspired by them and try to feel the best way to convey children emotion to the players.
It must be a very difficult one to do, though. I mean, as a parent myself, I can only reasonably say that I hope I never see my children go through what happens in that game. So what's that sort of like to go, yeah, we're reflecting the childlike experience in the game, but also committing terrors to them?
Yeah, it's this is something we have no inspiration from to take from, because again we
you don't want to be inspired by that too.
No. Of course no.
Yeah, well, fair enough. We're going to focus a little bit now specifically on Amicia. As in Innocence, we saw her wielding a crossbow. She's way more prepared, she's way more confident, dangerous, and all-round, I think you'll agree, a bigger all-round hero to Hugo. So how do her tactics change in Requiem, and what does that mean for the people playing as her?
So yeah, as the prepared is the right word. She's ready. She don't want just only to survive or to escape. She's ready to fight if she needs to.
Absolutely.
But she's not forced to. So the player can choose the way he will approach things.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So he can go full steps if you want. He can go full combat. Everything is still there from the first one. But right now you can choose to approach a situation the way you want. So it's not that
falando, pegar no Metal Gear, mano.
that is wider, but also the
Atira
way you will approach things.
ali,
And by
enganar
full
o cara.
combat, you mean, I mean, we saw some stuff from the trailer, like all-out combat, right?
Yeah. You can burn people, you can use the crossbow to kill them instantaneously, or you can use the knife to silently kill them. It's all there.
It's absolutely all there, and I think it all comes together and making the experience so much more cinematic, which I want to talk about now, because the other thing that's so fantastic about the title is the voice acting, and I think that becomes essential when you want to convey emotion. So I'd love for you to share a little bit of insight about the development process, working with the voice actors, and getting to the voices and the emotion that we hear in that trailer.
So it's funny because it's something that people don't really know, but when we are working on the game for several years, we don't work with voice actor instantaneously. So for like 2 or 3 years, we work with a text-to-speech, so robot voices. And for an emotional game, it's a bit hard.
It takes you out a little bit.
Yeah, it's like when you use your smartphone, it's a flat voice with no emotion, no punctuation, nothing that makes
Google Tradutor. Usaram o Google Tradutor.
Focus on the story, on even sometimes to
Pra traduzir as
understand what is
vozes,
the
vou fazer em
purpose of
português,
saying.
inglês, espanhol.
Yeah, after 16 hours of playthrough, you're like, I think I don't get the story at all.
Sure, interesting that it changes that much. I will say, first of all, I would love to see that version one day. It does sound wonderful. So do you want to, what was the process like working with the voice actors?
So when the voice actor arrives, it changed everything because we were able to work again with Charlotte McBurley and Logan Annan, which were the actor for Amicia and Hugo from the first one. and we were so in love with their acting. It was a game changer for us to have them back in the game. When they arrived, their voices arrived in the game changed.
I was going to say, I imagine it's a little bit of a chicken and egg situation with voice acting. Who informs the character? Is it you guys designing the character, or does the voice actor come in and actually completely change a scene?
Actually, it's both. We prepared everything, and they react to what we've wrote, and they say, no, I think Amicia should say it like that, or a bit more like that. So we change that on the fly with them, and adapt the game sometime to their feedback to make it even better and even more accurate. They are still children, and we are not anymore. So
I love that they have their own feedback as well. It's their character, right? It's their character that they're conveying. So big love for them to feed him back as well. Right, well, lastly, for anyone who is watching this segment out there who can't wait to play Requiem in October, which, by the way, is day one on Xbox Game Pass, and maybe you're not here in Gamescom as well, I'd love to know what you would like to tell the folks at home about Requiem.
So we're super glad to Xbox Game Pass on Game Pass, because it means that a lot of players will be able to try the game and to give us feedback, because I really want to see their reaction. You know, I can't wait to see that. We've built up the games in several years, and we write up this big story, and I really want to see people's reaction to that.
And the community have been really close since the first title as well.
Yeah, and it's thanks to them
O
that
pessoal
we
tudo
are
lá
able to
atrás
do
só.
the sequel. So
Aparecer, quer aparecer?
we're
It's
super
a
excited.
love letter to them.
Yes.
O carecão
By
lá,
the courier
ó.
device of rats. 300,000
Calvão
of them
de
to be
cria.
precise.
Calvão de cria mesmo.
300,000 rats
Não,
of
não, não.
love.
Não, tá carecão, tá carecão.
Absolutely fantastic. Well,
Fiz
thank
a
you
careca,
so much
fiz a
for
careca.
joining me.
Deixa
I'm
eu...
a massive fan
Bem,
of the series,
ilustrou
and I
ela.
cannot wait to get my hands on it.
Thank you again.
Yeah,
Ilustrou a
thanks so much
careca
for
ali, ó.
joining us. But
Viu ali atrás
when
da
it comes to
menininha.
self-care, you
Da
can't
mulher.
beat a rewatch of the Disney classics, right? I know I certainly can't. Yet in recent years, many of us have also sought comfort in
Belão
virtual
amarelão.
worlds. Millions of players
Top,
have found
hein?
solace in games that allow us
Deixar o
to
meu azul.
customize
Não, meu
islands,
azul. Deixar o
build
meu azul.
unique
Ou
homes,
não.
and share virtual
Tá meu
spaces
cabelo
with
de
friends
azul.
when we can't actually see them in person. Our next trailer builds on that idea and takes it to a whole new world, so to speak. Here's an all-new look at Disney Dreamlight Valley.
Para Disney.
Hello, everyone. I went on a
Ah, o mundo da
wonderful
Disney lá,
adventure
né?
today in Dreamlight Valley, and I want to share it with you. It started with my favorite song on the radio. Don't you just love when that happens? It put me in the best mood ever. So, I picked out my look for the day. I was in the mood for something
Vestindo conforme
adventurous,
os
and I had the
personagens
perfect
da
outfit.
Disney.
I was feeling a bit creative, so I added a little touch of magic to my look. And then, I was off. I made my way to Chez Remy for brunch. I love cooking with Remy. I was feeling some Mickey waffles with jam, but it turns out we were fresh out of fruit. Raspberry jam is my favorite, so I headed up to the Forest of Valor to pick some. And while I was there, I heard a sound from the Frosted Heights biome. But I just couldn't cross the bridge. I'll have to adventure back there to check it out. My stomach started to rumble, so I headed back over to the plaza. And we were ready to cook. I always learn
Você vai ao mundo da Disney, você vai caminhando e entrando em uma casa conforme personagem da Disney.
Here we go. I
Comer, vai lá no Ratatouille.
and shared it with Kristoff.
Ah.
After brunch, the weather was just so perfect that I couldn't resist
Oh,
going for
pateta.
a walk and some shopping. While looking in the windows of Scrooge McDuck's general
Oh,
store,
tio,
I ran
não.
into Scrooge himself.
É tio
He
Donald, né?
asked for my help
Esqueci.
spreading the word around town about
Não,
his
o
shop.
Pato Donald.
Of course,
Oh.
I said yes. So,
Puta,
I
esqueci o
headed
nome,
over
hein?
to my crafting table, whipped up a few signs, and placed them around town. I was exhausted after so much excitement, and I just felt like relaxing a bit, so I decided to move my house over to Dazzle Beach to watch the sunset. When I set up my house, I noticed a strange pillar. Merlin had quite a story to tell about it. I put up the perfect hangout spot, and I invited Ariel to hang out because happy
Ariel.
moments are always better when you share them with friends. It really was a perfect day.
Outro personagem ali do...
Dreamlight Valley.
Ixi, mano, caramba.
Pre-order Disney Dreamlight Valley now.
Ahoy there!
Disney.
Welcome. My name's Adam Park, and I'm head of brand and licensing at VAR.
Essa-
And I'm joined today by three
Pô,
members.
essa
of
voz
the
do cara tá
Sea of
pior
Three
que a minha.
Sea of Three crew.
Sea
I
of
mean, that's quite,
Thieves, like, yeah.
kind of work. So, I'll go along the row. So we've got Joe Neats, executive producer on Sea of Thieves. We've got
Hello.
Mike Chapman, who's our creative
O cara
director.
aí
And then we've got Joe, who is
Mas é que ele é esse cara que tá falando, ele faz a voz de algum... Essa voz, tio.
Excited,
Pior que a minha, tô gripado.
All of the above, like...
That wonderful mix you get at events.
Yeah, yeah.
Feeling the buzz of the live show.
Yeah.
Chatting to fans, the energy.
So,
awesome.
I mean, it is our first official show since 2019.
Yeah.
So how is it actually being... I mean, I'm sure everyone's asking the same question. But how is it back?
Overwhelming, but in the best way, right? Like, it really is. Like, it's just the passion, the excitement, the buzz, I think that we all have coming to a show like this, right? And kind of meeting the fans, but then giving back to us from everybody that we see. It's just like, it's incredible. Like, we've brought so many of the team here. We've got about 13, I think, with us. Like, and because it's just so valuable bringing people to shows, getting that buzz, getting that energy that you just take back to the studio to kind of just pour into more Sea of Thieves, basically, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like 2019, but it feels so much longer.
Yeah.
Like the first live show for us since 2019, so exactly what Joe said. Feeling the buzz from the fans, and we get to take that energy back to the studio to keep making this easy.
And so, Joe, this is your first.
Até o seu primeiro evento oficial. Maladão do primeiro evento oficial, Maladão do primeiro. Turismo geral. Que clipe provavelmente tivemos? Das Américas. Prato de osso. Ah. Os Mamona Assassina falavam.
And now we've brought it to Gamescom, and some of them are here, and you're seeing them again and recognizing them, and you get that real sense of what it means to them to be a part of this community.
And we've got all sorts going on the stand.
Temos tanto do tipo acontecendo do pessoal, então eu vou mostrar. Então temos tatuagens, temos caçadores de ouro que vivemos nos países, podem sintonizar com você. Coisas, artes fotográficas. É assim que ele fala.
What's gone on generally, Mike? I'm going to ask you to start with.
Bueno.
Has anything happened in the last 3 years?
What? I think like, our passion has always been to keep building out this pirate world. And over the last 3 years, you think back to the things that we've added the emissary system. The fact that players can go and role play as their trading companies for extra rewards. We've added new quest types. We brought in our seasonal progression systems. We brought in our adventures. We brought in our mysteries. We brought in like all these new ways to play. And one of the key ones, of course, was our collaboration with Disney on A Pirate's Life. And you know, since 2019. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Let's keep going.
Yeah, yeah. And one of the big ones was what happened with The Pirate's Life. So working with Disney, we built all of that during the pandemic. You know, being at home, working with this team, we've worked together for so long. All of this incredible bonds and relationships that we built allowed us to get through what was a very hard time, but come through it stronger as a team, and we're more passionate than ever.
And obviously, Joe, you joined Sea of Thieves.
Você ajudou nadando durante a pandemia, como estamos sendo assim, dinâmica de realmente estar no estúdio é a melhor coisa que você tem. Ah, pega o bagulho lotado lá atrás, ó. Nossa. Na moral, a feira de games aqui, o Brasil aqui, não vou não, hein. O bagulho vai estar assim, ó, lotado. A última vez que eu fui, o bagulho tava lotado mesmo, hein. Já fui já, não mais não. Lotado, mano.
Well, honestly, like, I think we were talking about this kind of earlier, right? Like you were talking about during the pandemic, the teams all separated, but being back in the studio, you just get that energy that you feed off each other. You feed off kind of the team and the people
Porque ele só
around
tá com o selinho lá,
coming to a show like this, you kind of get that same thing. Like I said, just feed off the energy. Like, and even though we're exhausted, and we're
só ela. Os dois do meio não tá com o selinho não. Os dois do meio.
Water on hand, like, but it's just. It just gives you this energy and desire and passion to just like want to go back to the studio and just pour it into your work and pour it into the game, and you kind of want to take it and bottle it, right, and then take it back to the whole studio like we always do when we go back. We take photos and videos and do a big presentation and really try and just get people to understand what it's like to meet the fans, right? And
you get the afterglow, and this is what we'll experience next week. We'll have this wonderful Gamescom afterglow as we get to take that back to the studio, like Joe said, and put it into all the ambitious things we've got planned for this year and beyond.
Well, before we get on to that, so you did, like you mentioned it.
Você já, como você mencionou, uma das coisas que introduzimos nas estações, temos temporadas assim, acabou de viver algumas semanas atrás, de fato.
What have you, I'm going to start with you, Mike, but I will come to you. What have you kind of enjoyed seeing people do?
Que você gostou de ver as pessoas fazendo como a temporada brasileira você.
Season 7, you're right. And the idea of being a pirate captain in our world, the idea that your ship becomes it becomes an embodiment of who you are in this world and your pirate journey. Captaincy extends that pirate journey. It allows you to, as our community have often requested, to name your ship for the first time, to have this persistent identity for your ship. But beyond that, we're bringing in new progression elements. We're bringing in the captain's log, bringing ways that your session and the ship now feels like a home. So based on how you play, your ship represents who you uniquely are as a pirate and how you play in Sea of Thieves. So I think one of the most important things that has meant a lot to us seeing the reception is just seeing players go all in on that role play. You know, we're going all in on the idea of this is who I am, and when you board someone's ship, that representing who they are in the Sea of Thieves world.
And why captaincy now? Like, what made sense to bring it in at this point?
Well, it's one of those features. I think we were always going to do it. Yeah. Why it made sense now was, and it kind of goes back to the question around what's happened in the last 3 years. You think about how much richer that Sea of Thieves experience has become. There's so many ways to play in Sea of Thieves now. There's so many ways to be who you uniquely are as a pirate, where the sandbox has got richer. There's new activities, there's new quests, there's new enemy threats. There's just new ways to play. So captaincy coming in now and rewarding you for all the unique things that's now in the sandbox, it kind of just puts this lovely new layer to that pirate journey. And it just celebrates this rich game that Sea of Thieves has become.
And I suppose, Joe, from a community perspective, you must have seen this played out in real time. Like, how has the community taken to captaincy?
That's the thing. Like, from day one, they've been asking, when can we name our ships? When can we do this? And then we've not only delivered that, we've delivered so much more on top of it, that people now have this pirate identity that until now was just conversations or role plays. And we've got people that are going for all those fishing
joguinho de pirata, joguinho de pirata.
Like myself, that it's all cannons fired and fought of the dams that you've completed. And you've got that real sense of identity now from our players, because they can represent themselves on their ship, and they're colour coordinating everything, and they're decorating, and they're playing how they've always played, but now they're rewarded for it with their own identity. And they absolutely adore it. It's wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, a big part of that is beyond just the notion of being a pirate captain. We wanted the idea that pirate captains in a world like ours would become the VIPs. They become the rock stars of the world. So as part of captaincy, and that's a big update that we brought in, there's a set of perks and conveniences that captains now have. So when you own your first ship in the Sea of Thieves, there's a unique cashing point just for you in the Sea of Thieves world to make offloading that treasure, you know, as part of going out there and having adventures, making that feel so much more efficient, using the harpoon to harpoon the treasure off the deck, cashing in that treasure really efficiently. But alongside that as well, you've got the new trinket system. So this new progression system that allows you to unlock these trophies that represent who you are. There's the captain's voyages, so you can select exactly what you want to do and store all of the voyages that you can do on this book place, as part of that as well, you can go to the shipwright and you can purchase resources right there from the outpost and have them delivered to your barrels. So the idea that if you're a ship captain in the Sea of Thieves, you can get your ship ready quickly, you can pick the adventure you're going to go on, and you can just walk straight on that ship and have your adventures. And then that adventure be persistent. There's that sense of consequence for your actions. Your ship showing the battle scars of all your adventures. You choosing to, maybe you want to keep that, maybe you want to role play with this kind of battle scarred ship, or you can pay a small amount of gold to make the hull pristine again. So it really strengthens and really amplifies everything that's already unique about Sea of Thieves.
That second option is me. I have to pay to get it redone. I get in too many fights.
I love that though. I love the way it just allows players to be more uniquely who they are.
Yeah.
And like being out on the waves and looking through the spyglass and seeing all these ship names and how players have chosen to represent themselves. I mean, that's the magic, and it's enriched the sandbox of Sea of Thieves, and that's what we always want to do.
So, I'm going to go now. So we mentioned ship names. It's a biggie, big part of captaincy. You don't have to tell me, but I'm going to ask a couple of you this. What did you name your ships? And I'm going to start with you, Joe.
So I named my sloop is Littlefoot.
Yeah.
My rare loadout brig is Get Red.
Nice.
And my galleon, which is the one that we use the most. So if you see it on the seas, come and say hello. That's the purple loadout, and that is the Purple Rain with the quartermaster sails.
Very good.
Nice.
And what about you, Mike?
Okay, so I've got a sloop and a brig. So for the sloop is called the Golden Blade.
Yep.
So fans of Sea of Thieves will know that the Silver Blade, the Burning Blade, it's a big part of their lore. So the Golden Blade's a little tease for our fans, maybe someone that's really into the lore. But my sloop is called the Golden Blade, and my brig is called Inferno. And that is actually a reference to One-Eyed Willie's ship, Inferno, in the 80s classic The Goonies.
And why, Mike, is the Goonies so unique? Because it's something that comes up, like, right back, and Joe?
It's because the 80s was the best decade, like, beyond, like, that's just like...
no contest.
Broadcast over.
Yeah.
No, but you took the whole team to see the Goonies during development.
We did, we hired a cinema out, didn't we? We hired the Electric Cinema out in Birmingham, very lovely independent cinema. But yeah, had some pirate-themed cocktails that they put on, and yeah, we took the whole team to see it because it was all about that camaraderie, that adventuring together, right?
Like, in all seriousness, like it's hard not to get emotional when Joe, like, such an incredible memory of the development of Sea of Thieves, and in such a deep and meaningful way, when we went to watch the Goonies together, it felt like we as a team were about to embark on our own pirate adventure, like the characters in that movie, and we knew we wanted to create a game where the bonds between the crew felt like the bonds between the characters in the Goonies. They're on this pirate adventure, they don't know what's going to happen, they're going to be surprised by all the dangers and the perils that come their way. So the Goonies for us is just, it's a lovely memory, but it really feels in tune with the spirit of what Sea of Thieves has always been.
Yeah.
So Joe, instead of asking you what your ship's called, no one's asked me.
No one's asked you?
Mine was Notorious BRG, which works verbally, doesn't work when written. Anyway, so what's some of the favourite ships you've seen, though?
So what I love about like the ship naming throughout the community is obviously people trying to make humorous things, try and make stuff that it's going to get a reaction or get a chuckle from people when they look through the kind of spyglass and see it and stuff. So like SOT, so S-O-T Final Boss, like that gave me a little chuckle, right? That did. Like, it's like you see that, it's like, yeah, I love that. People like role-playing as the fearsome kind of AI threat in the world, but I just love it. I love that. Anything that makes me chuckle is what gets me, right? And there's so much of that, but that was one that stuck in my head that I think someone tweeted from God of Reddit or something. But yeah.
And what about you, Mike? Any favourites?
That is a great example, and obviously, how awesome players have got this new way to express their creativity in the Sea of Thieves world, and the fact that we can laugh about it together. But honestly, there's so many examples. But Usain Bolt. Yeah. Referencing Usain Bolt, the Olympic medalist, that made me chuckle.
I like the way that you felt like you had to explain that.
Well, I want to make sure. It's all right. The world-known Olympic medalist. But one that I just can't forget. It's a little bit dark, but she kept the house.
Beautiful.
That really made me chuckle.
That is good.
It's very clever.
It's
very clever.
And how about you, Joe?
Honestly, the really obvious ones are the ones that make me giggle. I ran across a galleon that was just, this boat is big.
Yeah.
And I was like,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
Little salutes on your way.
Aye, it is.
Yeah.
And it's those ones that I like, but you see them when you say you've got the role-playing ones where they've gone for some variation on something we've got in game, or you've got just the funny puns that we've seen as well. And it's that creativity that you see, and you're like, you can almost judge what kind of pirate they are.
Yeah.
But not all the time, and I love that.
Yeah. No, you're right, actually, because if someone's got a humorous, like, this boat is big thing, you can imagine approaching them maybe and, like, having a laugh with them, right, and speak to them over, using the speaker jumpy or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're right, actually. It really adds a kind of different sort of feeling, doesn't it, to encountering other ships.
So I do actually have the top 10 boat names.
Oh,
okay.
This is where we would have Top of the Pops music.
Okay.
For people of a certain vintage.
A parte que eles deram risada lá foi do Enzy Bolt, que tinha que correr, né? Correr igual o Enzy Bolt.
Does anyone want to guess? See if anyone can guess what number 1 is. I just flashed it at the
camera.
I told you.
That would happen.
I am a conservative MP.
Ah, sim. Essa parte me pega demais.
Knowing our fans, knowing our community, and the role play of the world, and generally how things go down, I would predict something like the Black Pearl.
And you would be quite right, Mike.
Yeah, and
collect your gift.
There's a lot of black pearls out there, and how awesome is that?
And that's that original creativity and humour that we love to see from our players. Yeah.
Come on, let people role play. Let people role play is what the game's all about.
And go on, Joe.
If Black Pearl's in there,
yes,
then there's got to be a Flying Dutchman.
You would be quite right.
Top 3?
No, actually, he's number 7.
Oh.
Joe?
Sorry? Usain Bolt.
Correct.
There you go. That's it.
So others in the top 10. I'm not going to do an exhaustive list, but we have Sloop Dog.
Sloop Dog, that's very good.
We have Y.
Why?
The letter Y.
I don't want an existential crisis while I'm sailing.
Why?
Why?
Why? Is this just like everybody's just like, why?
Don't come at me with those difficult
Don't get, look at that. You looked really troubled by that, Mike.
I am troubled. I don't understand that one.
No.
And then, so,
If your ship's named Y, get in touch.
Yeah.
actually, yes, let us know why.
Please. And we hope it's not rude.
Yeah.
Right.
So we've also got Unsinkable 2.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I
Titanic
thought there'd be
reference.
Titanic in there.
Okay. Yeah.
Jackdaw.
Jackdaw?
Yes. Real
1000 Sunny.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Going Merry and Queen Anne's Revenge are all in there as well.
Right.
So there we go. Right, so moving on then.
Were any of those Sea of Teasers? No.
We're just getting to that section now.
Yeah.
Everyone just like, oh. So,
No.
Adventure 6 then.
Adventure 6.
So it's live right now. People are playing it as we speak. So can you, Mike, probably best, give us an overview of where this fits within the lore and the story? Where are we?
Yeah, so we're in a really interesting time in the Sea of Thieves now in our storytelling, where it's set against the backdrop of these emerging
Só essa entrevista aí durou umas 2 horas, hein, mano?
Our players will know that last year, as part of the Pirate's life, the Dark Brethren emerged. Working with Davy Jones, of course, Davy Jones got defeated because of the valiant efforts of their players, but the Dark Brethren are still around, with Amaranta, their new member, who's an ex-Sea Dog, and we've got everybody's favourite, Duke. So there's the Dark Brethren, there's of course the one and only Pirate Lord and his Pirate Legends. Players are often part of that. And we've got the third faction, which is of course Captain Flameheart. So Captain Flameheart and the Reaper's Bones and the Servant of the Flame. So what you're seeing now at this point in Sea of Thieves history is this factional war between these pirate groups that have all got their own vision for the pirate's life and the way they want the pirate's life to be in the Sea of Thieves. And unfortunately, poor Merrick has got himself ensnared in the middle of that. And in Adventure 6, players are recruited by the Pirate Lord to go on this daring rescue mission into the Sea of the Damned, to the new hideout of the Dark Brethren, which is the Twisted Sea Dog Tavern, a memory of that iconic Sea Dogs Tavern from the main world. And you work together with crews to save Merrick. But one of the big things that players who played it will already realise is this actually brings a chapter of Merrick's story that began with the Hungering Deep, continued with the Shrouded Deep, to the Forsaken Hunter, where Merrick was unfortunately killed and went to the Sea of the Damned, to now in Hunter's Cry. It brings this chapter of Merrick's story to a touching conclusion. The story's not over, but it brings this part of the story to a conclusion. So definitely worth experiencing that story, because it's going to have important ramifications for the rest of it.
So I met someone yesterday, and they were a massive fan of Merrick, and they wanted to talk to you about that. They came to this down, they're down there, like with a cutlass. But like, no, they were like, they wanted to talk to you. They had some questions.
Deals can always be struck, and I'm open to ideas, but it's Merrick or Shelley. Shelley the Crab. That's what it's going to come down to.
Is this a decision point? That's
next decision point.
It's the new Daddy or Chips, isn't it? It's like
You can't do that!
Daddy or Chips, that's a deep cut, that is.
Place your bet.
Place your bet. So, you're still chuckling at your own jokes.
Ó, o Caranguejo ficou bravo, hein? Ainda facada, maluco. Tá maluco? Qual foi? Qual foi?
And like, and without teasing anything or giving anything away, like, how far out are we looking? In terms of where do you know the story is? How far out?
Really far. So I think, like,
what's really?
Really far.
Well, I'd say, like, thematically, like, where we want to go and the direction we're heading into and how we want to represent the pirate's life in all these different ways in the Sea of Thieves. That is planned out a multiple years' worth at a high level. In terms of absolute specifics of what the story beats are and exactly which characters are involved and in what way, that's planned out. I mean, it's probably a year and a half's worth of storytelling and adventures that we've got planned out. And we need to do that because that's the way that you make things meaningful and make it feel authentic to the Sea of Thieves. When we know what's going to happen to a character in a year and a half's time, we can start seeding things early start bringing players organically into that storytelling. And we love to do that because it makes everything feel more meaningful.
And how do you think the community like engage with the lore? Like, is it, because obviously it's not a prerequisite to playing the game, but those who love lore.
Oh yes, they do. I was going to say, you have to get those specifics right, because if one thread is out of place, if one character isn't in the right look, they're going to notice, and they're going to tag Mike on Twitter until he answers for his lore crimes. Yeah. they know their stuff, that's the thing, because they've been so invested since day one, and we've now stepped it up with the amount of lore we're delivering. And I know across our social channels and on Discord, we've got separate channels, and we had to separate out the lore section, because
Canal Discord também tem canal Discord, ele tá no meu
and they're all over it, and they're sharing theories, and they're swapping stories, and they thoroughly embrace that side of the storytelling that we've got now.
And I love that. I love that. I mean, that to me shows that a lot of our community are invested in the world and they care about our world. And you're right. Of course, it's not a prerequisite to play Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is this wonderful sandbox adventure game where you get to choose your own adventures. But we've always believed that the more meaning and purpose we can put into the world, the deeper we can make that world feel, the easier it is to immerse yourself in adventures and that role play. So it's there, waiting, full of surprises for players.
Mergulhando nas aventuras no rolê, no play, é isso.
And how do we bring in like expanded universe into this? Like, you know, again, with the planning, we need to know what's coming. But like, you know, say the most recent novel, like, we planned that, was it 2 years ago? We had the first train seat.
Quite a long time ago, wasn't it?
Yeah. So how, it's like, how do you kind of keep all of this? Is there a big board with lots of?
We do have a lore Bible.
Sou alguém fantasiado de Harry Potter.
Which is quite high level. If it was too
jogo
detailed, it would get hundreds and hundreds, thousands of pages probably. But it's a lot of meetings, it's a lot of discussion, it's a lot of building up that knowledge together as a team. Around, I mean, you're right. Everything in the EU is canon to our story. So what players have seen before with the Tales of Sea of Thieves lore book, the 2 novels that we've now got out, the RPGs and the expansion, all of those stories are canon to our world. And there's a huge responsibility that comes with that. Experiencing any of those materials should be just another window into the Sea of Thieves world, and when you play the game, it should strengthen and vice versa, both of those elements. So we have to get it right.
Every time. That's
the
pressure.
That's the pressure.
Yeah, that's the pressure.
So we had our first decision point adventure, where the community effectively decided
wrongly.
Come now.
Can we edit this out?
Come now.
Exactly today.
So the community were able to decide the fate of the world. So we're going to start asking, what side were you all on? So
I was Ruin Golden Sands.
Golden
Sands.
And you even have
that.
How about
yourself?
Don't remind me, Joe. I'd actually forgotten that you were on that side.
No.
Save Golden Sands.
You're surrounded.
All the way. I am. I mean, I'm ensnared in the
sandwich
of the Reapers.
Okay.
Reaper sandwich.
No, I think. As we've seen today, interacting with people here at Gamescom, Merrick is such a beloved character, and what Merrick stands for, and you know, he's a salty pirate that's lived his life in the Sea of Thieves, and people love that character. And I think for me, it's a more interesting story, and it's unbelievable that the community chose to go that way. The fact that they bonded together to take this positive action to defend Golden Sands.
So which side were you, Joe? I think we can guess.
Ruin Golden Sands, like absolutely, and
obviously all on the side of Sea of Thieves.
Sorry?
I was going to make I'm not going to move away from that. I was going to make a Sunak Trust.
No, let's not do that.
But we won't do that.
Because that would be the most offensive thing you could ever do. To be.
But, all right, moving on quickly, did we have the result you expected? Like, genuinely?
No.
It was, well, I couldn't predict. Like,
I kept watching the conversations happening, and we'd made all these fun things across our Discord servers so that people showed their allegiance rather than anything else. And the Reaper's hideout was just burning stuff. Yeah. Merrick's was coordinating loot, and I had no way of knowing which way it was going to go. And as much as I wanted to ruin it, I'm not going to lie, I spawned in my first play session afterwards on Golden Sands and was really happy. I was like, look at it.
I think as a designer, you think so much about the psychology of players and how they'll react to certain things. And
deixa no like, hein, rapaziada, só pra lembrar. Deixa o joinha. Ajudar o canal.
Who wouldn't want to see
lembrou você. Gamescom.
It's about taking it back to that neutral.
O vídeo da Gamescom aqui. A Gamescom tá rolando desde terça, vai até o dia 28.
just blown away.
E esse vídeo aqui é o de ontem, que é o festival que aconteceu ontem, do festival do Xbox. Ontem só foi Xbox, na Gamescom. Eu não assisti ontem, né? Aí tô assistindo hoje, por quê? Porque tá legendado. Ontem não tinha legenda, ia só ouvir os caras falar, não ia entender nada. Pelo menos que a gente vê os caras falar, pelo menos enfim, né? Dá pra ler alguma coisa.
I think, yeah, the emotional investment in the next one I think will be bigger.
Melhor dublado, né? Vai ver os novos jogos que vai ser lançado, né?
Another decision point. That's happening.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, there we go.
Right on the screen, that's
And it's a big one.
But so that was my question. Like, if we were to like, scale it based on the last one, is this bigger, similar? What can people expect?
Bigger. It's absolutely bigger. It cuts right to the core of some of the key characters in the Sea of Thieves, and we wanted to do that. We wanted to drive a big world change with Golden Sands. Obviously, we set that up with the first adventure, Treasure Island. And picking Golden Sands because it was a beloved outpost, beautiful palm trees, it's paradise. We knew that would trigger an emotional response for our players, but we've done that now. We've seen how players interact with it. We've learned some lessons about how to set up these type of live storytelling events, and now we're going to go even further. We're going to be even more ambitious with this second choice.
Cara, é diferente não, hein? Só ele tem um
and also
microfone.
mechanically, again, without spoiling it, but you've learned a lot from how we designed the first one.
Do ladinho, pá, escondidinho.
I love what we've got planned there in terms of like just the activities people are going to be doing and how that's going to play out.
Essa entrevista aí foi a mais longa, mano, até agora. Uma hora aí essa entrevista aí.
It'll be a real moment in time, and Joe's right. We've deliberately in adventures so far done
a criação do jogo, como foi feita, a correria que foi feita, o impacto que eles teve no final do jogo. Então ainda falando aí sobre o jogo, a história do jogo, como que eles criaram cada personagem do jogo.
In terms of production, as design director, like how do you kind of prepare for that decision point though? Like, you know, do we have both tracks ready to go, or is it more a case of,
temos umas duas faixas prontas, ou mais uma. Nós subimos. Assim que ele fala, essa risada pega muito.
One of the most complex things we've ever done.
Well, you got like 2 minutes.
I'll keep it brief. But you've got to plan for both outcomes. We deliberately don't start building the bigger things. That would be an incredible waste of the team's time. That we could put to more valuable things. But we have to plan out a junction point. So earlier on, when I was talking about the fact that we've got adventures planned out for the next year and a half, there's almost a fork in the roads there, where there's almost option A and there's option B, based on some of these community choices that we're planning. So it makes a complex job even more complex, but like so worthwhile. So worthwhile to see that play out with the community.
And Joe, just kind of, we're going to wrap up in a moment, but like, from what you know of the next decision point, like, do you think we're going to see that kind of groundswell from the community again?
I think they're going to go wild for the next one. I think it's really exciting, and with that other decision point, they've seen how they can alter the world that they're playing in, and that most of them spend a lot of their time in, and I think this next one really is going to step it up, and I think we will see that resurgence of the passion that we saw in the last decision point, and then some.
So to wrap up then, we're here for a couple more days. What can people expect, like, from us at Gamescom?
Just come to the stand, basically. Like, there's always going to be Sea of Thieves crew at the stand, right? And each day we have, like, there's a meet and greet slot that we've tweeted out. I don't know when, but it is 5 o'clock today, 5 p.m. today?
5 o'clock today,
And then 1 o'clock, I think, every other day, I think. But, and then, you can come play, you can win the medallions, like, you can watch the stream, but the whole point we're here is just to chat and meet with fans, right? That's why we brought so many people here. That's the energy we want. Come and give Mike feedback and questions about
specifically on Merrick.
Yeah, specifically on Merrick.
I love it. Honestly, that is the privilege of being at a live show like this. Nothing energizes you more than talking to fans, feeling their passion, hearing their questions and their feedback. We don't just want to hear the good stuff. We want to hear the bad stuff. We want to learn. We want to make this service of Sea of Thieves and this pirate world the best it can possibly be. If you love pirates, Sea of Thieves should be the game for you. So we love nothing more than talking to our fans. We love the game as much as our fans do.
What a wonderful place to leave it.
Yeah, isn't that lovely?
You didn't even ask any questions about Skull and Bones. What's that then?
Tell me about Skull and Bones, Joe.
Oh, we're out of time.
But no, so thank you. But this has been great. So thank you ever so much. And as Joe says, if you are here, do come down and see us.
Please do, honestly.
But if not, we'll see you on the
PlayStation, ele falou PlayStation. Falou PlayStation, tá aqui.
Has fallen. Humanity is hanging on by a thread. But you know what? It's not all bad news, because our planet is full of badass dinosaurs. And seriously, who doesn't love a dinosaur? Seriously. In this exciting new glimpse at Second Extinction's full release, players get to explore more of Earth than ever before. The full launch
Dino Cris, eu podia lançar o jogo do Dino Cris, hein, mano? Ave Maria, esse jogo louco.
A revamped progression system, and tons of exciting new features. I mean, talking about co-op, first-person shooter, and mutated dinosaurs. I am so in. Here's a brand new trailer for Second Extinction.
Segunda edição. 2, então. O Ark é dinossauro, não é? Oxi. Dinossauro pegando fogo. Ficou contaminado. Radioativo. Passou na radiação. Por isso ficou pegando fogo. Tem poderes. Aí, ó, falando. Os bagulho radioativo, moleque. Mundo aberto, hein? Dia 20 de outubro de 2022. Esse ano. Gravou?
Can you hear me?
Quer me ouvir? Você pode me ouvir?
I hope this reaches you. This city is falling apart. Chaos, madness, death. And there might be no going back.
Música. Jogo do Pindock.
It depends on the choice you make.
Mas não.
Truth.
Oxi. É.
Or lie.
Acabado, hein? Alguém no rosto. Maluco. O bração mecânico do cara. Esse jogo deve ser louco. Esse jogo vai.
The stage is set.
The light shines brightest in the darkest of times.
All right, buddy, I'm here for you. Don't worry.
Falando, esse jogo aí vai ser da hora, ó. Casme! Salve, Casme! De boa! Esse jogo aí vai pegar, hein? Olha!
fulfill.
Opa! Salve, salve.
Your destiny.
Hello, Charlie here with two of the brilliant and twisted minds from NeoWiz, who created a game that's reimagined Pinocchio as a ruthless killing machine.
Pinocchio, é o jogo do Pinocchio aí, cara. Falando que é o jogo do Pinocchio.
Made by the studio behind beloved fantasy MMO Blessed Unleashed, and coming from a team of developers who worked on the absolutely awesome Monster Hunter world. I am super excited about this one. Please welcome Ji-won Choi and Jason Park.
Hello.
I told you they were twisted. It's lovely to meet you, whoever's underneath there. This is haunting. Truly haunting. Should we have a look and see if we can find the humans underneath? Yeah? Let's go. Let's do it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do the slow reveal.
Ah tá, pensei que eu não ia
Here they
mostrar, cara.
are, Jason and
Queria se
Ji-won.
apresentar assim mesmo.
We have a joker.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
There they are. Amazing. They've joined us. Welcome. Now, when I think of Pinocchio, it doesn't quite look up to the trailer that we saw just now. So could you let us know where the idea of Pinocchio as a killing machine actually came from?
Our team is called off, and this is the first time we've developed a single-player console game. So we need a way to get our name out there. In order to stick in the minds of the people, our strategy was to choose a subject that was very well known, but transform it into something completely original. We eventually chose the adventures of the Pinocchio, but there wasn't a quick decision. We first thought about what features we wanted our Souls-like game to have. And the first, don't ever reference the thing. The second, the story shouldn't be.
Qual vídeo você está reagindo? Do Xbox, mano. É. Gamescom, só que é o dia do Xbox, que foi ontem. Tá? Eu falei aqui, mano, eu não assisti reagir no dia, que é até em inglês, mano. Eu fico esperando a legenda, né? Isso aqui tá legendado, tá bonitinho, um dia depois saiu. É isso. É o dia do Xbox. Legendado, porque se assistir no dia ali, que assistir tudo em inglês, né? Os caras iam falar, explicar sobre o jogo. Não vão entender nada. Mas aqui dá pra ler e entender.
I bet it is, and now we're at Gamescom showing it off to the world.
Yeah. So, when you brought up the initial idea of making a game based on the story of Pinocchio, honestly, I was not convinced at all. I was thinking that Pinocchio is a story for just for kids, not sure for online Soul-like games. However, even though I read Pinocchio's story a long time ago, I remember it vaguely, so I went to the bookstore, bought the book, and read it again. And what I've learned is that
jogo sim, hein? Caramba.
It's more like
Mas o jogo que eu tô esperando mesmo é God of War, hein? God of War Ragnarok, né? Acho que é o... Esse daí eu tô ansioso, mano. Tô esperando só chegar dia 9, mano. Chegar dia 9, o Maiqueira que joga comigo aqui. Vai comprar, não semana que vem, a outra, daqui 2 semanas ainda. Rapaz, vai cair na lista, mano. Sexta-feira. No dia 9 a gente não vai ter live. Sexta-feira. Eu vou lá pra casa do Maiqueira jogar o God of War. O Ragnarok. Sei lá, pode ser que eu faça de lá, mano. Só não vai ter câmera, né? Porque eu faço lá da casa do Maiqueira lá.
Lies of
Foi
P
com
takes
ele.
place in the imaginary city of Krat, where
Não vai ter câmera.
communication diseases is spreading and causing a lot of conflict. And while you meet a lot of familiar characters from the Pinocchio, they want to be anything like you remember. We introduced the Black Rabbit Brotherhood before, but I'd also like to tell you about Antonia, who appears at the beginning of the trailer. In the original story, Antonia is actually Antonio, Geppetto's friend. That is all I can leave it today, though. I will save the rest for the future.
I was going to say, I definitely don't remember these masks from my childhood. It's got to be said.
Yeah, so me too. My favorite is Black Rabbit Brotherhood. They're also in the original story. You know, poor Black Rabbit holding a coffin on their shoulders. They're in Rise of P. They're not just a rabbit. They're brutal warriors. They're still carrying a coffin and always trying to squeeze you into it. I really want to see how you guys survive when they're hunting you.
So, in order to go up against them, I have seen from the trailer so far that there are some ridiculous weapons, and you can even take some enemies to the wood shop with them, if I saw that correctly. So talk us through the combat we can expect from Lies of P, and how similar is it to the Souls-like games we've been seeing recently?
I can confidently say that Lies of P is full of unique and one-of-a-kind battle system. And the first system I'd like to talk about is the weapon combination system. Weapons are divided into two parts, the blade and the handle, and can be combined in countless ways. Each blade and the handle have their own weight, motions, pictures, and special skills called flavor art.
Oh, okay.
So players are free to mix and match and create the perfect weapon for them. It should be fun to try out more than 100 of possible combinations.
Wow.
And another unique system in Lies of P is the Legion arm system, which you probably already saw on the main character's left arm.
Yep.
He has actually body of perfect, so it's possible to modify it with the parts and use special skills. They are particularly flashy and dynamic and can also be strengthened.
O braço dele tá melhorando, criando novas armas, mudando, né?
Now, I had a chance to play it earlier, by the way, I'm just going to say, and it is
como os outros jogos, né? Conforme você vai passando de fase, vai melhorando seus equipamentos, o braço mecânico dele. Ao invés de ser o nariz, né? É o braço.
And a big emphasis on his nose growing with every single lie.
Pinóquio, né, mano? Pinóquio todo mundo conhece como nariz, né? Cada vez em mente. Aí, ó.
First of all, I think that lying is the most important aspect of the original story. And when you really think about it, humans are
só que eles falaram aí no começo que eles recriaram, né, a história do Pinóquio.
This also means that we approach the concept of lying in a completely different way than the original. Think about it. Is there any more human than using lies to achieve something? We think that in order to become real human, one has to lie.
Modificaram toda a história do fizeram eles mesmos, né? Só tá carregando o nome mesmo.
The choices they make will also affect the ending. As for what this might do to his nose, I can spoil it for you. And you need to find it out for yourself. But I can guarantee you will not expect anything.
I tell you what, when the full game comes out then, the first thing I'm testing is the lying.
In the game you can lie if you're a human, but always remember, the Black Rabbit Brotherhood is always looking for a chance to put all liars into the coffin.
Right, okay, moving swiftly onwards from that then. There had to be a ton of people putting a lot of time into Lies of P to pull the strings, pun intended, to get a game like this off the ground. So can you talk about the development process, and were there any difficulties actually getting people to buy into this reimagining?
Actually, in Korea, the majority of games are online pieces and mobile games. So there aren't many developers with expertise in single-player games for console.
Oh, okay.
So we did a lot of trial and error and
vai ter pra PC, né, esse jogo aí, né? Tirar de sair na Steam, né? Porque não é possível, né? Só pra console, será, mano? Não.
Has a lot of developers who already have experience with the console game project was a major help. Most of all, our team absolutely loves console games, so it was easy to get everyone on board with our visions for Lies of P. I would like to give all the credit to our team members. They are the reason why Lies of P could come this far. And I'm really proud of our team.
And I'm sure they are so proud of you both sat here today representing the game as well. So shout out to you two and see you.
Yeah, it is the first time for us to make a single-player game. We all have a lot of experiences on developing action games, but only limited to online games. At first, I was thinking that making single-player games would be easier in terms of technical perspective, like no network sync issues, etc.
É o jogo do Pinóquio, isso daí, rapaziada. Vocês estão chegando aí, é o jogo do Pinóquio. Mas nada a ver com o Pinóquio, né? O original, agora ele tá falando. Nada a ver com o original. Ele mesmo recriaram a história do Pinóquio. Não tem nariz. É um braço mecânico. Conforme você vai passando de fase, você vai melhorando o Pinóquio. Melhorando o braço dele. Mais equipamento você vai tendo.
10 times more animations than the online games.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, Pinocchio uses a lot of different types of weapons, and each weapon requires total unique animations of, total set of total unique set of animations. So I have to admit, our initial plan was off in terms of estimating the cost of the animations.
Yeah.
So if you look at our studio, and probably you can see our animator artists and combat designers yelling at each other and arguing all the time. We are still in this chaos, but anyway, we are enjoying it, and definitely we will be better at planning it next time.
Well, I really appreciate that you brought the chaos to us here in Germany, but before we run out of time, I do want to give you the floor to share anything you want with everyone out there about Lies of P before its release.
Actually, we didn't expect the Lies of P to get this much interest and love from gamers. We really want to thank you all for the tremendous level of support. We'll do our absolute best, and are sure that you will be mesmerized by the city of cards. Take care, and see you in the Xbox Game Pass next year.
Hell yeah!
Xbox Game Pass.
Yeah, for everybody at Gamescom, don't forget to visit our
booth
and play the demo.
Se de no Xbox Game Pass vai estar pra PC também, né? Na Microsoft aqui, né? Aí sim, é de boa. Eu tenho uns jogos, né, da Xbox que é só pra console, né? Não tem pra computador mesmo, você tem instalado na Microsoft.
Set in an alternate 1955 where robotic technology has grown nail-bitingly powerful. It's up to one rogue agent to take a stand for humanity. And if he doesn't, well, let's just say that's not good for anybody. This is a brand new look at Atomic Heart.
Oxi. Isso. Manequim. Ah, tá, vocês só porque direitos autorais. Esse canal ainda deve ter tirado. O YouTube deve ter enchido o saco. Tá do som. Bom pra mim, né? Ih, morreu. Manequim. Morreu o manequim. Ai, cara. Yoga. Zumbizadas, manequim te atacando e outro. Um laser. Que jogo doido é esse, mano? Robô, zumbi. Tudo te atacando, mano. Vou pegar do BioShock, né? BioShock tem esses. Tem zumbi, tem um robôzão lá te atacando. E você consegue levantar os. O poder. E aí, domingo tem live de BioShock, hein? Domingão. 2 horas da tarde. Live, hein? Tem som, né? Não tem som. Direitos autorais, né? Fazer o quê? Tá ouvindo um bagulho sem som. Comigo não falando nada ainda. É isso. Só olhando pra tela, observando o jogo. Oxi, virou. Oxi. Você viu o que eu vi? O cara plantando o cabo no rabo do outro. Isso. Que jogo, hein? Plantou o cabo no rabo do outro ali. Toma, fio terra. Meteu um fio terra ali no outro. Que isso. Falando pra você, mano. Rapaz. Aqui dançando aí. Sabe? Ah, pega o Ciclope. Tacando a lente de todo mundo. Olha lá, era a minha pegada do BioShock, mano. Vem comigo. Atomic Here. Para Xbox Game Pass. Yes. Pô, ele sai pro Game Pass. Sai pra PC. Jogo. Presta atenção. Agora não preciso ficar falando. Não tô falando toda hora não, porque minha garganta tá zoada.
Hey, welcome back everyone. I'm
bem-vindos de volta a todos com estou aqui também. Calma aí. Eita porra, chegou nem na metade. Pega uma aguinha ali no banheiro. Ai, cara. Voltei. Esqueci da água, mas daqui a pouco eu pego.
For its console, cloud and PC release on Game Pass on October 27th. Stephen, Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity.
Listen, no problem at all. We appreciate it. And welcome to Gamescom.
Thank you. I mean, I'm having a great time.
Good to be back, right?
Absolutely.
Good. Okay, so Gunfire Reborn's been around for
O pessoal tirando uma selfie, uma foto.
Xbox, console, and cloud for the very first time, which is great news. So give us an introduction to the game.
Sure. So Gunfire Reborn is a level-based adventure game with FPS, roguelike, and RPG elements. And you pretty much play with several characters who will have various abilities. And you will go on adventures through 4 different environments, and in those environments there's unique levels, enemies, and bosses.
Great, and we could see from the footage there, it's super bright, super colorful, super fast. Now, it's a roguelite as well, right? So
correct.
I'm right in thinking that every time you start a new run, it's going to be a different experience, yeah?
Sure, yeah, it's a true roguelike. Each route is going to be different each time you play, so it'll always be different from one gameplay to the next. You don't know what drops you're getting, so you have to adjust to your environment because you really don't know what you're going to have. And but you know, along the way, you're going to find different weapons. You're going to find weapon inscriptions, which are different rarities of weapons. And you don't know what to expect, but you just got to be prepared. And you'll know there's going to be a boss at the end of each level, which is your typical roguelike experience. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Excellent. And we saw from the trailer as well, you can play it solo, and you can play co-op, multiplayer, which is awesome. But let's talk about solo first, right?
Sure.
What is that roguelite Gunfire Reborn experience if you're just playing on your own?
Well, the solo experience is great. A lot of games, you want to play roguelike with friends. This one plays solo. It's the best way to level up your character, unlock new characters, and upgrade your character. So solo experience is more like an RPG. And, there's 4 environments that you have to go through. It can be challenging because you only get 1 revive for the entire experience.
Right. And so in solo play, you're essentially, as you say, you're leveling up, you're unlocking new characters, you're working on your profile basically to then take it into multiplayer. Is that right?
That's correct. And, multiplayer is super fun with Gunfire Reborn.
É da hora o jogo, mano. Tem jogo desse daí no celular, né, mano? Parece igualzinho, só que...
clean combat.
Minha sobrinha joga esse jogo, mano. Esqueci o nome do jogo.
Xbox Game Pass, because you play with your friends on Xbox, and it's just really smooth combat, and you really learn to play with your friends. You have to have unique strategies with your friends, and everyone picks a hero based on how you want to go into it, but you don't know what you're going to get. You don't know what weapons you're going to have, and so you do have to adjust on the fly, even with a group of friends.
Excellent. I love that. Let's talk about those heroes then. I think we got a sense of them from the trailer, right? We've got a really colorful cast of animal heroes.
Yeah.
Talk us through them and pick out your favorite for us as well.
Sure. So we have a cat, we have a dog, we have a bird, we have a snow leopard,
nice.
We have a rabbit, and we have a turtle. They all have their unique abilities and perks. Some of them are optimal for elemental damage. Some of them are great for delivering melee damage or crits. So you do have to spend some time. I mean, the game has a lot there. So if you want to spend the time and drill down and learn the game, you will be rewarded. It's an excellent game that you can really spend hundreds of hours on, and we have a massive community online who really appreciate it. You see guides everywhere on optimal builds. You'll see tier lists for everything, and it's just a really popular game. And
eu não lembro o nome do jogo, mano, que tem no celular que parece igualzinho, mano.
For me, I would say getting started with Crown Prince is a very well
balanced character. É só o gráfico que muda, né? Mas a jogabilidade.
Any weapon he can use, and he does corrosive damage with his bomb, which is really important. And then you have each character has an optimal strategy. You just got to decide which one's best for you.
Nice. Okay. You mentioned the community. I want to come back to that because there is this incredible community already built around Gunfire Reborn. So, I want to give them a shout out and come back to them. But speaking of animals, you've got the animal heroes. I think I also saw an animal being used as a weapon, right? Like a lizard as a weapon.
Yeah, that's called Justice, and very creative weapons.
There's
a whole arsenal. There's 8 different classes of weapons to choose from. You could be short range. You got your shotgun, long range, sniper. You have to decide, what do you want to do? Pistol? Do you want to use melee? And based on your strategy, based on your class, your hero, you can decide. But it's roguelike, so each game, you don't know what you're getting, but you have choices. You know, there's generally 3 choices unless, you know, a boss drops, you know, an item for you. Then you have to pick up that weapon, or you can choose not to pick up that weapon. And you can also refund the weapons as well. So, you know, you have a lot of options for your gameplay, and you look at the stats on each of these weapons, and you have to do your research, and you'll be rewarded for a game like this.
I love it. All right, so we've talked a bit about the heroes, a bit about the weapons. I need to know about these villains as well. Who are we up against in Gunfire Reborn?
Sure. So, you know, enemies in Gunfire, classes, you know, you have your standard enemies. You know, you defeat them, you get soul essence, you get copper. You have your elite enemies that you find in like vaults, which are these like hidden cracks throughout the levels that you can get some pretty sweet rewards from, whether it's like a weapon or a goblet or a scroll. And then you have the bosses at the end of the levels. And usually you'll get like a legendary scroll, 2 weapons, you know, goblet, soul essence, and copper. And you know, those bosses definitely can be challenging at first. But once you play the game and get used to it, you realize they all have a strategy to defeat. You know, some people we've seen, they jump into it, they can be a little bit challenging. But, you know, after you really do a little bit of research, they become much easier, and it's just all fun.
Yeah, that's one of the things I've experienced playing. You know, in my early runs, I was really getting rinsed by the bosses. But, you know, as you go through in true roguelite style, you level up, you get it, you work it out. You know? But some of the bosses are huge, right? I mean, I caught sight a couple in the trailer there.
Oh, yeah, they're huge. And, you know, as you win and you gather soul essence and you level up your character, it just gets easier from there.
Yeah, and especially when you're playing with your friends in co-op as well, and you can bring all that firepower to bear.
Absolutely.
All right, yeah, we talked about the community. You mentioned them earlier. Huge community already in place for Gunfire Reborn. Community keeps coming back for more. How are you working with that community and that fan base to develop the game? And you know, what can we expect in the future for Gunfire Reborn?
Sure, so we're always listening to the community. You know, people write guides and make videos, and the game is constantly getting balanced in order to deliver an amazing experience. So, like I said, there's millions of players already in the community who are really enjoying it. And, you know, we pay attention to them. You know, we do have a lot of content that's coming. We'll be announcing soon. But, you know, we take in community feedback in order to create an optimal experience, because we want them to keep playing.
Love it, love it. So I guess the Gunfire Reborn community is going to be a great place for Xbox players to start when they start playing. But given that, you know, this whole new Xbox community is coming to the game, both on console and cloud and PC through Game Pass, you know, what do you, how would you sort of say to them, why should they jump into Gunfire Reborn?
Sure, so it definitely has amazing replayability. It's very accessible. You know, if you're a roguelike fan or you're brand new to roguelites, it's great experience. Very, very clean combat. It doesn't take too long to pick up. It takes a while to master, but you can just jump into it, have a great experience. If you have 3 friends standing by...
Avisei. Opa, mano, tô assistindo você pela Smart TV. Boa, tamo junto. Valeu, hein? Isso. É isso que eu tô falando, é isso. Tô falando que eu não falei aqui, tem uma parte aqui que eu não tô falando muito pelo... Falando muito que eu tô com a garganta zoada, mano, tô gripado. O bagulho, esse tempo aqui fica quente, aí quando fica frio, quente, frio. Aí me lasca todo, mano. Aí rinite ataca, sinusite ataca.
Just as much as I have. So here's a glimpse of what this brilliant show means to the Xbox family all over the world.
Mano, mal lancei um instrumental e já tô fazendo outro. Vou dar uma dica. É do Luffy. É do Luffy. Vai ser Rei dos Piratas. Vai ser Rei dos Piratas. Dá uma dica. Vai ser Rei dos Piratas. O Rei dos Piratas. Luffyzão. Acertou, cara. Boa. Vou dar uma dica. Nem mandou a dica. Nem precisou dar dica, né? Já acertei logo de cara. Pá. Mano, eu queria lembrar o nome do jogo, mano. Esse jogo aí parece, mano. Vou perguntar pra minha sobrinha. Calma aí. Lembra? Rapidão. Lembrei. Só queria lembrar o nome do jogo. Bem, pode reagir ao meu TikTok. Eu faço edits. Vixe, mano, aí eu tenho que baixar o TikTok aqui no computador, sei lá. Não sei se dá pra entrar pelo site. Dá pra entrar pelo site? Vai dar sim. Outro dia eu faço isso daí, mano. Faço direitinho pra reagir. É o... O que é? Brawl Star. O jogo parece igualzinho, mano. Só que em 3D, né? O Brawl Star é 2D, 3D. Só que o gráfico é melhor, né? O jogo parece Brawl Star. É uma pegada, tá ligado? O RT Tecnológico tá menor, tá lá no TikTok, mas faz tempo que eu não coloco o vídeo lá no TikTok, mano. Tem uns 3 meses que eu não posto vídeo lá no TikTok lá. A RT Tecnológico também, ó. A RT Tecnológico. O cara foi criar o jogo.
Yeah, so High on Life is the new game from Justin Roiland Studio, Squanch Games. It takes place, starts out on Earth, you're kind of an aimless teenager, you don't really know where you're going with your life. Aliens show up, they discover that humans are the best drugs in the universe, and you pair up with a talking gun that you find to sort of stop them from ending your species, basically.
Content from the intro tutorial level to start. You know, some fast forwards sort of through here, but it's just because we can only fit so much in this segment.
So is that like the typical game from Squanch Games you would have?
Yeah, so we kind of have weird games. Like, if you know, we kind of found each other. We like making weird stuff. We all love comedy.
Não, nesse daí não, nesse daí não.
Sci-fi, so it really is right in our wheelhouse.
Oxi, esse daí é da formiga. Que tá pega? Matou a formigão ali, ó. Ó, mano. Ó. A arma fala. Todas as armas do cara falam. Aí, ó. Ah, pega, aumentou logo um palavrãozão. Tem sim o site deles. Dá pra assistir pelo site deles e nem tem aplicativo TikTok pra PC. Ah, pensei que tinha que abaixar um aplicativo que tipo emula o Android, né? Já fez isso daí? Code Block, acho que é. Baixar o Code Block aí você tá com Android no seu PC. Code Block? Não lembro. Nem precisa, só pelo site mesmo, né? Formigão?
We're looking for the gateway to the slums, I guess. Look, it shouldn't be too far.
Charma falando lá. Esse jogo parece ser legal, mano.
Is that the usual demo? Is that a
Engraçado.
Yeah, are you talking about fast forward?
Yeah, fast forward.
So we're actually showing the full demo here to pass behind closed doors, but for the purposes of this video, we're just sort of fast forwarding to make time.
Understand. And the family was at my house. Where do I live in there? Is that my family?
Yeah. So early on in the game, Kenny gives you the ability to teleport your entire house to escape from the cartel. So when you teleport your house, your sister's in the house. So you kind of bring her with you. And she's not too happy about that at first. And the other guy you see in there, that's Gene. He's a legendary bounty hunter, at least he was legendary bounty hunter. Kind of fell on hard times, and he's homeless. And he sees this opportunity as a way to sort of get your house. So he's like, I'll train you if you let me crash on your couch. If you die, I get to keep the house, basically. And so he's really, in the beginning, he's really hoping you die.
Understood.
Yeah, the house is sort of your main hub, and then you have the rest of the city for side content and PCs, lots of good stuff.
Tira, um tiro só. Porra.
Well.
Well.
We got here fresh meat.
Ah, falou já dá. Não deixa passar não. Não, tiro. Tira.
Oh boy, here we go. kid.
What's
Tira,
wrong,
mas não deixa passar.
You scared of a little kid?
Um ano.
Scared of a little kid? Look at me. Look at me.
I'm sorry, this is annoying. What's this all about?
Well, honestly, he's just supposed to be annoying, basically. So we implemented this patented squanch shove tech, basically, where characters get in your face and push you around. It's such a funny little mechanic, and he's one of the first characters you encounter that's doing this to you, and he's really pressuring
Aí,
you,
atirou.
you don't have to.
Ó,
You can
moleque.
skip it.
Dali.
Yeah, you meet his mom later, and he's actually.
Ei, Mini! Oi! Salve, Mini! Tranquilo? De boa? Meu perfil é arroba... É isso daí. Passa entre o arroba e o nome. É porque o YouTube removeu meu comentário. Ah, tranquilo. É tudo junto. Porque senão o YouTube remove meu comentário. Ah, tranquilo. E aí, Mini, já deixou aquele like? Meteu o dedo no like? Mete o dedo no like aí. Assistindo o Gamescom aqui. Assistindo o Gamescom, tá acontecendo, ó. Gamescom tá acontecendo. Começou na terça-feira, vai até dia 28, no domingo. Até domingo. Aí a gente vai reagir no dia, tipo, no dia seguinte, né? Sim, e você? Você reage a compilado? Já deixei o like. Reage sim, mano. Pode deixar o link aí que eu reajo sim. Mano. É costume, não vai ligar não. Tamo de mano, meu parceiro. Não liga não, é assim mesmo.
Okay, I'm afraid to ask this question. What is a trick hole?
Is that just I'm sorry.
Pode deixar o link. Já entraram no grupo Discord? Entra no grupo Discord aí, você pode ir lá mandar os seus vídeos que eu vou estar reagindo, o link que você quer que eu reaja. Pode entrar no grupo Discord. Cadê? Deixa eu ver, acho que eu não coloquei. Tá lá no comecinho lá o... Vou pegar aqui rapidão. Mandar pra você, se quiser entrar, né? Nem pausei o vídeo. Calma aí. Vou mandar só pra você. Se quiser entrar no Discord, deixar o link lá dos seus vídeos. Vídeo novo que você tiver que você tiver colocando no seu canal. Quer que eu reajo, tá? É isso, esse aqui é o nosso canal, ó. Tem uma brincadeirinha lá que vocês podem estar fazendo lá. Eu tentar adivinhar qual que é o personagem que você tá dizendo. Tem os memes, GIF. Aí você pode colocar aqui, ó, divulgação, tanto no bate-papo aqui, ó. A gente tem o 7MZ aí, ó. 7MZ ele colocou aqui, ó. Cadê? 7MZ colocou aqui, ó. Aviso, instrumento rap do Zoro. Eu falei, a última live. E amanhã até às 20 horas. E aí já reagiu no começo do vídeo aqui do 7MZ aqui, o vídeo dele. Tranquilo? TD reage a Maria José Cururu compilado. É muito engraçado, Kaká. Eu perdi minha conta do Discord. Vou tentar recuperar. Tranquilo. Recuperar, e se quiser entrar aí com a gente, tamo junto, hein? Mas reajo sim. Eu tô reagindo esse vídeo aqui que é o do Gamescom. Esse daqui foi lançado ontem. Ontem às 9 horas da manhã. Ontem foi evento só do Xbox. Não? Aí tô assistindo hoje porque tem a legenda. Se eu assistisse ontem, que foi o dia mesmo do festival, eu ia só estar em inglês aqui, não ia entender nada, entendeu? Não entendo nada de inglês. Eu prefiro assistir legendado, dá pra entender. No dia seguinte. Beleza? É isso.
Who's there? Who are you?
Hey, hello there, friends.
Oh, I think it's the buyer.
Hey, are you the buyer?
No, I'm just here to do my laundry. It's even clean. I'm a laundry head. Can't stop washing stuff over here.
Eu tava querendo assistir aí o festival do Gamescom. Já reconheci essa garota chinesa de blusa vermelha que mandaram no Discord. KKK veio da Miraculous. Tangai, é isso aí. Muito top seu canal. Obrigado, hein? Se inscreva aí, hein? Se inscreve no canal aí, pô. Tamo junto.
And then
Obrigado, hein?
in the booth, we kind of encourage a little bit of improv to keep things fresh and funny. And then all of that amounts to basically a huge selection of dialogue choices. And so you just heard him talking about his ex-lover, Stebulax. If you knock on the door before that, you don't even have a chance to give that answer because you don't know that information. So there's a lot of stuff like that throughout the game that you're kind of opting into without even knowing.
Nice job.
They told us this buyer was a real prankster.
Oh, you, come on. That was pretty up. That joke is gonna me up.
Ah, pega. Nosso formigão só pi, pi. Vai, seu filho. Oh. Me inscrevi hoje de manhã. Opa, obrigado, hein? Tamo junto.
He's extremely violent. He basically only talks about wanting to kill people in very disturbing ways.
You, I'm gonna carve out your cavity. Gonna make it 3 times as big. Your it's just gonna drop right out of
Esse
there.
bicho aí é boca suja, mano.
That's exactly what we're looking for.
Yeah, great. Go ahead. Feel free to inspect it. Try him out. See how he feels in your hand.
Yeah, free me. Let's
Ó,
go.
bravão, hein, a faca ali. A faca animal. A faca animal ali é bravona, hein? Só os palavrão.
Come on, what do you... Oh, fuck yes, thank you. Pleased to meet you. I'm Knifey. Now use me. Let me up these fucking ants.
Oh, just a reminder, don't do anything crazy when you're holding the knife. Just like look at
Cara, eu gostei do jogo só pelos palavrão.
Yeah, thank you.
Pra eu jogar. Eita, pega. Nossa. Yes, a faca gostou, hein? Yes. Caramba, mano. Que da hora. Yes. Isso aqui, caralho. Ai, cara, isso daí foi muito bom, mano. A mulher não aguenta. A faca já é a favorita. Caramba, mano. Isso, yes. Caramba, jogo muito bom, hein? Gostei, hein? O cara faqueando outro uma faca. Yes. Ai, caramba. Ai, mano. Muito bom, mano.
The levels really open up once you get knifey, and then there's a bunch of other traversal abilities you can use in tandem with him. And you also can't open chests until you get knifey, which you'll see right here.
Ai, caramba.
Hopefully we'll be selling.
Uma pena que o jogo da Mulher Maravilha ainda não recebeu o gameplay.
So you're actually also getting pretty close to the end of the level here. You're gonna fight the boss 9 tour.
Já reage aqui também.
You're gonna be able to use all of your abilities that you've learned in the level together. So your primary, your secondary. You're gonna be tethering around the arena.
Oh, boss, chefão.
So you put it all together. And you fight 9 tour.
Ah, Pedro, toma. Ah. Eita, Pedro. Caramba, o jogo parece ser divertido, hein? Será que vai ter em português? Se tiver em português, melhor ainda, imagina. Palavrãozão da faca em português. Olha lá. Faca revoltada, mano. Olha. Facona revoltada, mano. Bravona. Eita, pega. Ig on Life. Oh, gostei dessa camisa também. A camisa ó, vai ficar igual essa gordão ali minha. Vou pegar. Não levanta aqui, fica igualzinho.
There should be full videos online of the whole playthrough for people to check out, and we're just so excited to finally get it in people's hands and see their reactions. And it's been a real labor of love for us and the team.
Amazing. Well, I can say this is a gloomy globby blast, right? But when can people get their hands on the game?
So December 13th, it's going to come out. We're really excited for everybody to check it out. We're working really hard on it.
Yeah, seriously, please check it out. Like, this is really, really a special game to us, and we really.
Não falou a data de lançamento, né?
Mike and Natty, I have to say first of all, thank you so much for us letting us bleep in your game. I really appreciate it.
A data de lançamento.
Yeah, thanks for having us at the show and enjoy the rest of Gamescom.
Thank you so much for having us.
And now
É o jogo mais divertido até agora. Tem o do Pinóquio também, né? Os jogos parecem ser bons até agora, todos.
I don't know about you, but nothing signals the end of summer like a good co-op shooter. And just as the darkness starts creeping in, we have the perfect slice of shooty socializing for you. Set in the city of Tertium, play as one of 4 types of recently released prisoners as a last resort to protect the city. It's time for the rejects to rise. This is Dark Tide.
Dark Tide is a first-person co-op game set in the grim dark future of Warhammer 40,000.
Pegada de Doom, tá ligado? Com outro jogo que eu fiz aí também.
You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight and, if necessary, die for the Emperor. You can expect no help. No reinforcements.
É a bomba, tá ligado?
You are Tertium's last line
Outro
of
jogo.
defense.
Outro jogo, não, todo dia. Ah, pego. Pegaram Sirius Sun, lembra o nome do jogo? Sirius Sun. Sirius Sun com Doom, tá ligado? Que vem uma par de inimigos, você tem que ficar tirando, matando pra passar de fase. Pegada.
Rejects will rise.
Emma. Jogo 2D, eu gosto de jogo 2D. O Orius, joguei. E um outro também. Tem 2 jogos 2D que eu joguei. O Orius, o 2. E o... Ah, esqueci o nome. Quando eu fico quieto, eu tento lembrar. Da hora, hein? Interessante, hein? Oxi. Ali não dá, né? Ali não dá pra passar. Acho que não dá pra passar ali, não. Acho que não. Melhor por cima mesmo. O gráfico é bonito, hein? Gostei do gráfico, hein? Planet of Light. Lana. Tá. Umas coisas assim, né? Xbox Pass.
Ah, that was nice, wasn't it? Nice little moment of tranquility there in amidst all the fun of Gamescom. How's it going, folks? Welcome back. I am excited to welcome Aaron Harnius, the creative director and lead game designer at Wishfully, to talk about the absolutely gorgeous Planet of Lana. Adam, thank you so much for being here. I cannot wait to talk about how beautiful this game looks. But first of all, right, give us an intro to Planet of Lana. We just saw the trailer, but what should we expect?
Yeah, so Planet of Lana is a side-scrolling sci-fi puzzle adventure, right? And you play this young girl called Lana. And at your side, you have this little cute creature companion. Yeah. And together you go out on this epic adventure, you know, through the world of this this planet that's set far away in a galaxy. And you're going on a rescue mission to try and save Lana's big sister that's been taken away by an invading robot army. Yeah, love that. That's the gist of it. So super exciting for everyone attending Gamescom here this year, and for you as well personally, I'm sure, is that you can actually play Planet of Lana for the first time here, right? Yeah, so excited about that. You can play Planet of Lana here in the Xbox booth, as well as in the Thunderful booth here in Hall 8. So very excited about that. And this is actually the first time we're showing the game to media. So very excited about that. So what's in the demo? Like, what can we expect from it? Yeah, so the demo is quite an early part of the game, right? So it's actually the first part where you just met Mui. So it's the first part where you get to play with her at your side. So it's like an introduction, and you can think of Mui kind of like a dog. So you can tell her to go places and tell her to stop and follow you. She's really a valuable companion on this epic journey that you get to experience in Planet of Lana. Wicked. What kind of feedback are you getting from people that play it? I mean, we've gotten incredible feedback, like yesterday and today, and it's just a big queue over at the Thunderful booth, so it's just been absolutely unreal, you know.
Os jogos aí que você tem uns mascotes aí, pega demais, né, mano? É bom ter mascote aí.
Right, let's talk about Mui, because she is so cute, and I can see her on screen here just now, waking up Lana. Tell us about Mui and what she brings to the party in Planet of Lana.
So,
Deixa no like, hein, rapaziada. Mete o dedo no like, se miséria. Vai dar o dedo não, pô. Vai cair o dedo não, só. Likezão. Pá, a pampa.
Creature companion that you meet and that you befriend. She's quite agile, so she can jump higher than you and reach places that you cannot. But she can also like bite off cables and do things like that, push down things for you to reach. And then she also has this hypnotic ability that you might have seen in our like in the gameplay trailer intro we had just there. Yeah. So you gain that a little bit later in the game, and then Mui actually can hypnotize like these weird creatures that you come across that has the same like glowing white eyes that she has, and that opens up just a whole set of, you know, possibilities of how to interact with the creatures of this world, which is a lot of fun. Yeah, great. I played the demo myself, and one thing that really struck me was the way that Mui's abilities kind of discover them slowly and they kind of build on each other.
Só dorme no colo do tio, né? Dorme no colo do tio, de todo dia de noite. Por isso que eu acabo com a live cedo.
Yeah, and I think it's a super important thing as well, you know. We've been focusing a lot on like having a good ramp up of the game, you know. We want this game to like reach a really broad audience, but it's also important, you know, in this kind of games where you have logical puzzles, because everyone is at a different level and have different abilities of solving these kind of puzzles. So, you know, it can't be too easy, because that will get really boring. It can't be too... It can't be frustrating either. You just have to, you know, balance that challenge of just right, I think. So, yeah, and that is a challenge in itself, but I think we've done a really good job.
Did you ever consider like a co-op mode where two people can, you know, play as Lana and Mui and solve those puzzles together?
I mean, a lot of people asked us that like throughout development, but it was a very conscious creative decision from the like core idea from the get-go that we shouldn't have that, because I mean, we're going for this relationship with Lana and Mui that you kind of have in real life with a dog, like the relationship with a human and a dog. So, and if we would like have another controller and put that in the hands of a friend to control Mui, you will lose that kind of magic, you know, that we feel, because Mui is very much her own creature with her own personality, you know. So,
yeah, and I think that really comes through in the relationship you see and hear between Lana and Mui. It's so like adorable the way they communicate to each other. Like, tell us how you like did that through sound design and through the language. And
yeah, so we're telling the story without words, right? And that's something we want to do from the beginning. But then my co-director and also the script writer for the game, Claes Eriksson, he invented this language for the inhabitants of this planet of Novo. And it's
Trabalha em conjunto com o animal, né?
It adds that extra layer of like
O outro lá,
a way for the characters to be able to express emotions, you know. And also since Lana and Mui is constantly communicating with each other, so it's just yeah, it's details that like that I think really makes, you know, world building so fun, and that's something that we really focused on in this game.
I love it. For sure. I mean, it's a new language, but you totally get.
Pode deixar ele pra trás não, tem que ir junto com você. E precisa dele, né?
Exactly. It's a mix of the body language and the language.
Certas coisas você precisa dele ali pra fazer, né? Umas partes do jogo. Não, deve ser a maioria dos.
One of the things I've noticed, you know, in the trailers you've got these really beautiful contemplative moments, but then some moments with real like drama and speed and, you know, these big robots as well. So what's the overall story?
Yeah, so what you can expect playing our game is really an epic story that would unfold over like 5-6 hours when playing the game, and we're really going for, that's what I think sets us apart a little bit in the genre. Like we're bringing these companion-based mechanics, but also we're really focusing on telling quite a classical saga, this story of this unlikely hero, this 11-year-old girl, and we're going through this incredible journey through the planet on this rescue mission to try and save her sister. And you come across so many environments. We have like this old shipwrecks that's been buried in this swamp for several hundred years that you get to explore, and you get like pieces of information that like the players that have more attention to detail will get more out of the rich like backstory that we've created for this world and the lore of the world. So that's really exciting. And then also all players will get an answer to why humans are living on this planet and why the robots have come and why they've invaded the planet and so forth. So yeah, it's really a classic like epic adventure that you get to experience with a lot of twists and turns as well that I won't spoil right now.
Love that. Now we've got to talk about the art style. It just looks so special. Tell me about your inspirations and how that art style has evolved over the 5 years you've been working on the game.
I mean, there's just so much inspirations. I mean, I grew up with games like Another World and Flashback and Oddworld as well. And there's definitely a bit of Another World in the game, as you can see. And then just, you know, Studio Ghibli films, especially Miyazaki's film like Spirited Away and Ponyo on those, and like modern games like Inside. But really, it's just like going for, like, at the start, the game actually started like with these concept images of the game that was like beautifully hand-painted. And then going from that concept art into the game that we have today was a long process and a lot of iterations to, you know, because we wanted to create that, you know, depth and immersion that we have in the world now, but still keeping this hand-painted style. So it's like this 2.5D mix of, you know, 3D and layering of 2D layers, and then we also have put a lot of emphasis on art style.
Tem mais uma coisa, hein? Vou pausar o vídeo não, pra falar. Quem mora aqui em São Paulo tá tendo um museu dos videogames, mano. Eu não lembro qual estação que é, mas é uma estação de metrô. Não sei se é em Tatuapé. Acho que é Tatuapé, mano, se não me engano. Dá uma olhada. Acho que vai até o dia 28 também. Até o dia 28, acho que eu vou, hein? Amanhã, hein? Dá pra ir lá, hein? Esse... Como falei? Museu. Tá tendo um museu dos videogames lá. Acho que eu vou encostar, hein? É de graça. De graça tá injeção na testa, né? Tá tendo o museu dos videogames. Vou encostar lá, hein? Acho que ele tatua a pé. Amanhã. Eu vou lá, hein, amanhã, hein?
I mean, it's also from the get-go we've decided, you know, that we also want like the sound of this planet to speak its own language, you know, and then have music come in to emphasize, you know, special scenes to like emphasize emotions, and music also plays like a pivotal part actually, both in the gameplay and in the story. So it's just been so great having him on board, and he's just doing an amazing job, I think.
Wicked. Now you've also announced that Planet Alana is coming to Game Pass, which is amazing news for all of us Game Pass subscribers. What does that mean for you as an indie developer, especially with this being your first title as an indie?
Yeah, I mean, I can't emphasize how much that means to us, honestly. I mean, having the game on Game Pass day one, it will just I mean, we're making this game, we want as much players as possible to experience the game. And having it on Game Pass just lowers that barrier of entry of people to experience it. So it's just just amazing. And also I just have to say that Xbox has actually played a pivotal role in the success that Planet of Lana has gotten up until this point. I mean, we got so much support from Xbox, and it's just been really, really amazing. So very happy to have that collaboration with you guys.
That's amazing to hear. Listen, we're
Vai reagir ao evento todo ou só alguns destaques? Só alguns destaques só. Vou reagir ao evento. Qual? O evento todo aqui do Xbox? Vou reagir ao evento todo. Algum destaque não, reagir ao evento todo aqui. Esse daqui vai ser o evento todo. Acabar o evento aqui, aí eu vou jogatina, né? Jogar um pouquinho. Eu falei, pessoal, hoje é sexta-feira. Tranquilinho, vamos assistir. Eu tô fazendo já. Os últimos 2 vídeos aí reagi também o festival inteiro aqui do Gamescom. A abertura dele, aí teve o Futuro Game Fest, que eu também reagi, que foi ontem. Aí hoje eu tô reagindo do Xbox. Hoje teve um também, acho que às 3 horas da tarde. Vou fazer amanhã dele. E assim vai, aí no sábado vai ter outro, aí eu vou reagir no domingo, e no domingo eu vou reagir na segunda. E domingo eu vou fazer live do BioShock. No domingo. Lá para umas 2 horas da tarde. Inteiro jogando BioShock no domingo.
All right, coming up, my co-host and pal Charlie will be speaking with Shyla Schofield from Obsidian Entertainment about the much-anticipated release of Grounded 1.0. But before that, we've got even more Grounded 1.0 content to share. We're going to hear from Phil Spencer himself and the creator.
Agora a feira de games lá que eu vou. Acho que é em Tatuapé, quem tá acontecendo em São Paulo. A feira de games não. É o Museu do Game. Museu dos Jogos, Museu do Game, alguma coisa assim. Tá acontecendo lá em Tatuapé, aqui em São Paulo. Eu vou lá. Aí tira umas fotos, né? Faz um videozinho aqui, faz um videozinho ali. Pá. Entendeu? Aí se pá, eu até posto no... Ficar legal, eu posto no YouTube. Se não ficar, só posto algumas coisas no Instagram e lá no Discord lá.
The most about Gamescom, without a doubt, is the close community atmosphere. The best thing is to be able to see each other again and enjoy in person, side by side, what we are passionate about, gaming and video games. And of course, it's amazing to be part of it and enjoy of everything that Xbox has prepared for this event. Thank you and enjoy the Gamescom.
Hi everyone. I have been at
Vai já o evento todo. Vou assistir. Bora lá. Assisti 3 horas de Senhor dos Anéis. Vingadores. Que é 4 horas de evento do Xbox? Legendado ainda. De boinhas. Tranquilo. Mas não? Vocês não aguentam mais não? Vocês não aguentam mais não assistir o evento? Que isso? Legal, pô.
My favorite thing to do at Gamescom is to be just outside of the booth right when the gates open on Saturday morning, and you have this crush of people. You really start to feel how big Gamescom is, because it is like the running of the bulls, but like with more gamers and less injuries. But it just shows the dedication and the commitment of gamers in Germany and throughout Europe, and I'm definitely missing that this year.
Por que você quer que eu reaja ao vídeo lá que você falou? Quando a gente faz um comercial aqui, reaja ao seu vídeo lá que você pediu. Só manda aí de novo. Ali?
Seeing it with other fans is a ton of fun. I miss that. I miss Xbox Fan Fest, and of course, I miss the Curryburst.
Hey everyone, Phil Spencer here. Really excited. We're going to get to talk about
Maria José.
Great game, a game I love playing. We have Adam Brennicke here from the team. Go ahead and introduce yourself.
I'm the game director, and thanks so much for having me. I'm super excited to
a gente faz uns comerciais aqui do Plim Plim aqui. Reage esse vídeo aí que você pediu.
Grounded is a game
a gente volta ao evento aqui.
A couple years now. Started in game preview, in Game Pass. I think it's been amazing to see what over 10 million people have played the game today. I've played a ton. I love it. Can't wait for the 27th of September when we get 1.0 GA story mode, all of the great things that are coming. You know, to me, when I think about all of the games that we're building, one of the things I really love about Grounded is you find a passionate team which lead a passionate team that has a real creative idea, maybe something that isn't exactly expected from the studio, but you had a vision about something you were going to go build, and that we could work together, foster, grow that to the point we're at now, where it's getting ready to release. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's wild to be like in this position to be able to make something so creative.
Fazer
If this is the
comercialzinho
first
aqui
time
do
you're
evento.
hearing about Grounded or seeing.
A gente reage aqui ao que a pediu aqui, ó. Maria José Cururu, compilado 1. Foi quantas horas? 2 horas e 24 de vídeo, com a metade aí, com a metade. Metade, né? Metade, hein? Metade. Hein, rapaz? Foi metade. Vamos fazer um comercial agora, então? Reagir outro vídeo aqui. Depois a gente vê, volta pro...
Alicia, eu sou Cururu e você? Bebeu a porra do seu pai hoje? Maldita, demônia, capeta.
Bravo, hein?
Eu faço o meu cururu, Satanás do quinto do inferno. E sua mãe fica masturbando lá pensando nos seus maços.
Deu uma briga. Bravo, hein?
Muito bem. Muito bem, muito boa, muito legal. E essa brincadeira besta já deu, né?
Maria, você é a favor do Bolsonaro?
Aí,
perguntaram.
Sai fora. Fernando, você já viu sua mãe na zona dando no corpo capeta? Vai chupar o cu dessa mãe. Vovó, é ela que dá pra todos os caminhoneiros, desgraça, faz o que peça. Ô, gente, vocês não vão parar de mexer a paciência, não? Ô, Micael, arromba o cu da sua mãe, demônio. Ela tá lá no fim do inferno comendo o peru dos capetas. Vai lá, vai.
Brava, hein, mulher? É brava, hein?
Vai mamar no peru do seu pai e me esquece, tá bom?
Fala, Clay. Oxi.
Ô, cabeção. Aqui no TikTok não é seu lugar, não, senhor. Ó, você tem que sair fora daqui, ué. Credo, o seu pai gosta de...
Ai, que susto que os credo.
Depois você tira a porra que tá dentro do seu cu.
Ah, porra.
E você bebe ela. Que nojo. Ui, que nervo.
Oxi, ela me fala e depois fica com nojo.
Gente, vocês não vão parar de mexer a paciência, não? Se vocês querem que eu xingue vocês, então eu vou xingar, ué. Eu vou continuar. Para de me chamar de lacraia. Lacraia é a mãe de vocês.
Não, lacraia é a mãe de vocês. Filha da puta.
Doença tem dentro do seu cu. Dentro do seu rabo.
Não vou nem zoar.
Sai fora, desgraçada.
Que doença. Doença é teu cu.
Ô, gente, vocês não vão parar de mexer a paciência, não?
Aí já foi, hein?
Ô, Micael, arromba o cu da sua mãe, demônio. Ela tá lá no quinto do inferno comendo o peru dos capetas. Vai lá, vai.
Ah, porra. Carai. Bravona, hein?
Oi, Alicia. Mamou no peru do seu pai, sua filha da puta.
Oxi. Mamou no peru do seu pai. Carai.
Alicia, eu sou Cururu e você? Bebeu a porra do seu pai hoje, maldita, demônia, capeta.
Cururu. Me responde, Cururu.
Respondo sim. Vagabundo,
Cururu.
maconheiro, desgraçado.
É bravo,
Por que
hein?
você fica marcando as suas fêmeas e seus machos aqui no meu vídeo? Marca a puta que te pariu, me esquece, garoto. Sai fora. Vocês vão lá no meu privado, no WhatsApp, e fala oi, 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 oi. Vai flodando pro resto da vida, né? Vocês flodam à vontade, flodam bastante. Isso, cara, me irrita. Você não sabe a quantidade de mensagens que eu tô recebendo.
Só oi,
É
só oi.
muita mensagem que eu tô recebendo.
Só recebe
e
oi.
Tem gente flodando. Tem gente que floda. Cara, isso me irrita. Ô, gente, para de me chamar de cururu, que eu fico muito ofensiva com isso. Eu fico ofendida com isso. O meu nome é Maria José. Ai, ai, só bloqueando os haters no meu TikTok, né? Só bloqueando. Por que você fica marcando as suas fêmeas e seus machos aqui no meu vídeo? Marca a puta que te pariu, me esquece, garoto. Sai fora. Sai do meu...
Tapo
Sai do
Cururu,
meu
manda um abraço
TikTok,
pra minha amiga.
capeta. Vai queimar
Dale
no pico do
Sheila.
inferno. Sai daqui. Sai daqui, Marinho. Vai comer o cu da sua mãe. Senão o capeta vai comer, hein?
Vai comer o cu da sua mãe.
Sai daqui.
Caralho.
É a sua mãe, aquela que fudeu seu cu com catapá. Então vai arrombar seu cu, tá? Quem comeu seu cu? O seu pai ou o capeta? Ama sua mãe e arromba o cu dela com cabo da pá. Bebeu a porra do seu pai hoje? Aquele corno broxa, chifrudo. Quer mamar no peru do seu pai? Quer? Você bebeu a mijada do seu pai hoje, mula?
Tudo zoando a mulher.
Sua mãe comeu seu
Ai,
cu.
caramba.
Comeu seu cu, não? Sua mãe é uma pistoleira? Você parece um grilo voando. Maria Monteiro. Nossa, é minha xará ainda essa desgraça, né? Tá com medo do quê, minha filha? Tá com medo do seu pai arrombar seu cu?
Maria
Tá?
Monteiro.
Sai fora daqui, menina. Sai.
Também tem
Tomate.
Monteiro, hein?
Nossa, que
Tem
delícia.
Monteiro também.
Pensei que você ia comer um rato hoje, não teve, não?
Oxi.
Rato, quem come é a puta que te pariu, babaca.
Bravona, hein? Ai, caramba. Já era, comercial. Deixa eu pegar uma água aqui, ó. Minha garganta já. Não sei o que. Teve alguma coisa aqui? Ah, tá. Já era, desconectou. Voltar pro evento? Voltar pro evento. Já teve os reclames do Plim Plim. Agora vamos voltar pro evento. Mas deixa eu pegar. A gente começa a pegar uma água. Minha garganta já. Zoada. Birthday.
Grounded is a survival game, and you have to survive in this backyard environment. The main goal is
jogo de sobrevivência.
Sobrevivência. With the community, and this is the final update for the full complete yard.
It's the biggest update yet, right?
Yeah. We have a bunch of cool surprises, a lot of cool new environments that are going to be really fun to explore.
Yeah.
The team's pouring their hearts into it right now, and I think it's just been so fun to work alongside the community too that we built with the early access and game preview programs. So many players have given us great feedback along the way, and it's really shaped how we developed Grounded. Right now, we're actually checking out one of the early adventure areas in the game. You're shrunk down to the size of an ant.
Yeah.
And
actually, I think the ants are bigger than you are.
They're a little bit bigger, right? Yeah. The players right now are going through this hedge maze, and it's nestled on the side of the house. You're trying to figure out like how you got here and how you're going to get home. Part of the adventure is exploring all these cool areas and environments of the yard. One thing that we're really proud of for our final 1.0 release is our story.
Yeah.
And I think that's one thing that really separates us from most survival games. And we spent a lot of time world building, adding a lot of characters and storylines to the world.
Yeah, I think there's, like for me, I played in Game Preview, Game Pass. It was a great co-op game because we get together as our friends. One of the fantastic ways to go play, build our base. I happened to go visit right around the Xbox Bethesda showcase. It was fun to come out to the studio, you and I getting together. Got me re-energized, so I went back into the game, but so much had changed. And now I'm so waiting for that story mode, the setting, because the story, it's a great setting for a story, kind of have a guided beginning of the game. And then the sandbox will obviously just open up for players. And how will you deal with, like, I assume you'll have some players who will be like me, returning of the 10 million people who have played when it comes out. And then you have other players who are brand new, where the idea of, okay, now it's at 1.0, now is when I'm going to go dive in. Like, you as a team, how do you think about those kind of different players coming, and how do you design for that?
Yeah, so I think the one thing that, we want to invite all the players that have tried Grounded, even 2 years ago, we want them to come back and try it again and experience the full story, experience the full yard, because there's so much content in this yard. It's a big open world. There's so many cool environments, cool creatures to find. But I also, like, for the brand new player, it's a survival game first and foremost. But
tem um filme assim, mano.
Twist on a survival
O
game.
moleque se encolhe e
is the accessibility and approachability.
Viver com as formigas, né?
Even
Viver
just
com as
right now,
formigas, eu não
we're
lembro qual
looking
é o
at
nome
the
do filme.
Broodmother fight. So this is one of our boss fights in the game, where you fight this giant spider in her spider den. It looks kind of funny, because we have arachnophobia mode.
Aí no final do filme, o moleque dá doce pras formigas.
Making the game accessible for all different types of players. We have tons of game options. So even if survival
Ele consegue voltar ao normal, né? Ficar grande de novo.
A hardcore genre
Não
of
lembro
game,
filme.
we're trying to bring in a huge
Lembrar nome é
audience
ruim.
with a lot of options to play the game how you want to play. I think that's really important to us.
And we saw that in the community. Like, certain people just focused on the base building and building, I mean, frankly, almost levels or bases that took over the whole size of the lake, which was awesome. I think you're going to get a lot of people who want story. I think the boss battles and the kind of the circle of collecting items, building up your crew so you can go in and take down different parts of the game. Awesome.
People built huge fortresses and spent an enormous amount of time building these crazy, huge forts. And then that gave us ideas of adding more. So we added mushroom bricks, and we want to add more building materials in the future.
Well, and that loop that you're commenting on now, I don't think that it's not always recognized how important that is. Is like, a team has a vision. That vision meets reality through Game Pass and preview, 10 million people play and continue to play, and then they're going to give you feedback, and that will actually change your production schedule, right? Because you're going to listen and watch what people do.
Yeah, even as simple as, like, sitting in chairs. I know that was a fun one that we put in like a year ago. That was a huge ask. Just like, people just want to lounge around in their base, right? They built this huge. Now it's something, it's to chill, right? One thing for our 1.0 release, there's a couple more surprise boss fights that we're really excited about.
Any hints or no?
Well, we did show off the Mantis.
Yeah.
So that's something that I know a lot of players have been asking for a long time, to fight a praying mantis in Grounded. So we are delivering that experience, and we got a couple more surprises.
That's awesome. Well, congrats to the team on getting to this point. We're not quite there yet. Yeah. 27th September.
Thank you.
I think for everybody who's played, myself included, I just love the craftsmanship and passion that clearly the team has in putting together such an amazing game. That's a great game to play either by yourself or with your friends. Can't wait to see it come out, and it's great to be here and get to show people more of the game. So thanks for all of that.
Yeah, thank you.
To continue the conversation on Grounded, we have Shyla Scovard with us from Obsidian Entertainment to give us all the backyard dirt on the upcoming 1.0 update, which releases on September 27th. Shyla, welcome to the stream. How are you feeling being here at Gamescom?
I am so excited. You know, this is something that I've missed. Being in the show floor, watching players play the game, there's nothing better than being able to get something that's been worked on so long and getting players to watch it. So for me, this is thrilling. I am so
There's a particular energy in the room today as well, is there not? Yeah.
Oh, no, it's great. And I think everybody's just glad to be back and playing games out in public again, so it's fun.
Totally agree. Right, let's move swiftly on to Grounded then, as that's what we're here for. So some folks out there might recognize it as Grounded has been around and available in game preview for like 2 years now, thanks to Game Pass. And Phil mentioned something very exciting in a deep dive then with Adam, and that is that the full story is on the way. So what exactly does this mean, and how is it going to be integrated into a game that players have grown, pun intended, to love so much over the years without one?
Oh yeah, no worries. So there's a few questions that you get when you start the game, and that is, why am I so tiny?
Yes.
Whose backyard is it? And how did I get here?
So, all valid questions.
Right? You wake up and you're tiny, you need to know. These are important. So with this story that's being integrated into the current gameplay, you are going to be able to uncover these answers, find out how you got there, and ultimately, hopefully, be able to go big and go home.
I love that that's the thing you guys say.
It's great.
So perfect.
It's the best one.
So a reminder to fans that this is actually going to be the largest update that the game has had so far, right?
Yes.
It's going to be absolutely huge. So I would love for you to highlight some of both the big and the miniature, because it's Grounded, updates that games that players can expect are coming to the game.
Perfect. So we do have some things. I know Adam mentioned the Mantis fight, and there was a picture of it. It is huge. It is something that the players have been asking for so long. One of the most requested insects. So the fact that we could put that in and players will finally get to experience that fight, that's perfect.
I love that, like, of all the games that you could find in Germany this week, I do believe yours is the only one where people have begged to fight a praying mantis.
You know what? And if that's the case, that's perfect. I love it. So as someone who enjoys the spiders in it, the mantis is the next step up.
Absolutely, yeah.
So along with that, and like we mentioned, the story will be going in. There will be an expansion to the backyard, so there are going to be new areas for players to explore. Obviously, new items to craft and everything else. I wish I could go into specifics, but that's just something that we have a month away, so they could wait.
Absolutely. But there have been so many updates along the way. You mentioned new locations, but it's not the first time you've done this over the last couple of years.
No. So back when we launched in July of 2020, Grounded started, and it was basically an oak tree, and there were some areas that you can go explore, but all your stuff was around this tree. Over the years, we've expanded to a koi pond, where we have a giant koi fish named Trudy II, who, if you look at her, has a scar over one of her eyes.
Ah, okay.
Yes. I don't know why. I asked someone once, and they just said, Trudy's seen some things. So we leave it at that.
I was going to say, what happened to Trudy 1 as well?
That's the only answer I've got. But she lives in the pond. Players can meet her. After that, we went and we expanded the hedge, which is where the brood mother lives. They can go explore that background, get some fun stuff from there. And then we went into the haze, which was originally part of the official launch. But when we wanted to go back and do it, like, it was there, we were cool with it, but we had so many more other plans that the team was able to go through and redo the haze to make it something that they wanted. They added a sandbox, which has a very angry crab face that I love, because one of the first times you get into it, you're zip-lining in, and you just go right past this angry
Isso é
crab.
biscoito.
So it's perfect. There's a picnic table, which
Bolacha é aquele que tem recheio no meio, igual traquinas. Traquinas é bolacha.
Volume 2, obviously.
Biscoito.
And so you actually get to go through the tabletop castle
Opa,
that they've built, because whoever lived there left some miniatures and everything playing around.
So cool.
And then the most recent one that they just added was the upper yard area, which includes a wood pile and the termite den.
Oh,
so
yeah.
not only do you get a knocked over barbecue pit and you get to go explore that, but now you get to go meet the termites, which are always a blast.
Meet the termites. Love it.
Yes.
So how many updates have you done now? For those who may not have been following, how many are we up to?
I want to say about 14, which will be, okay, 14 will be coming. As many of our fans know, we do push out our updates onto a public test before making them go live. And this is one of the beauties about being on Game Preview and working with our community. So the one that will be coming up hopefully soon, because it's available to test, will be 14. However, I believe I've done 18 vlogs. So we've been updating for a little while now.
Absolutely. And it's been amazing to see both the community and the game itself grow so, for lack of a better word, momentously over the last couple of years.
Yes.
And as well as that, receive positive feedback along the side. So now we're only a month away from the game's full release, as Phil mentioned, on September 27th.
Yes.
I want to know what that journey's been like for you, personally.
It's been amazing.
18 vlogs. You've been there.
It's been great. So when we
Eles
first
perguntam
announced
tudo mesmo, né?
Grounded
Como foi
at
feito o
XO19,
jogo, a sensação de
it
ter
was
feito
a
o
very
jogo,
exciting time. It was a very,
o que se passa,
you
o
know,
que
good, anxious time and everything.
na hora de criar,
Because Grounded is
sentiu.
not the type of game that you go, Obsidian, that's perfect. That's what I'm expecting. And so to bring it to XO
Olha a reação
and
de
get a
estar
first-hand
jogando.
glimpse at not only the announcement, but
Com
players
tudo.
actually playing it for the first
Tá
time.
tudo mesmo, né?
That was just great. And so to see it go
Ah,
from those
pelo.
few who were at that convention grow to 1 million in the first 48
Então
hours,
a
5 million in the first 3, and then
facada da
recently
Joaninha ali, tadinha da
to
Joaninha.
watch this grow and to watch the team work with the community to
Minha
build this
quietinha,
game.
pô, na boa dela, de boa.
It's impressive. Like, it makes me happy every time I think about it. I'm just so proud of what this game has become to not just the team, but the community and players.
Oh, absolutely. And talking about all 10 million of those players, I got to say, you must get a ton of feedback and a lot of requests. So, two-part question here. Number one, how on earth do you go through all of that and work through all the feedback?
Yes, so our team is very dedicated to knowing what the community wants. And so when I say they read everything, they read everything.
Oh, everything is read.
Everything. They are on the Reddit constantly seeing what players are posting, what kind of bases or information that they're sharing with others. They are on our Discord seeing what's being talked about there, Twitter, Facebook, any place that people are talking about Grounded streams. They're there to see what ideas people are suggesting and what they can put into the game. And so in order to have that and have a way that we can parse through everything, we have an official Discord where we encourage players to go and join the Discord and join the suggestion channel.
That's a great idea.
It is, and it's very, what's nice is it's very a community-focused type of way of getting suggestions in, because they can go and suggest something, and then the community can vote. So if it's something people really want, they can vote it up. If it's not something that they really care about, they could just leave it alone. And once these suggestions reach a certain limitation, then they're put onto an Excel file, and then they're brought in front of the game director and the QA lead, and our community manager and player support specialist, bless their hearts, they go through everything with them, and they make sure that the community is being heard in front of the dev team.
Fantastic. So my follow-up question on that then is, I'd love to know how the community has actually shaped Grounded over the years, and if you can give any in-game examples that actually only exist because people have shouted so loud about it.
Yes, so one of the ones, like Adam mentioned, sitting. Like,
well, yeah, we saw it just then in that clip. Who'd have thought sitting is what people want in their games?
Lembrei, domingo não vai dar pra fazer live
do
BioShock, porque é aniversário do meu sobrinho. E eu vou lá na casa da minha irmã lá. Domingo. Não vai dar pra fazer. Mas de noite vai dar pra fazer reagindo ao vídeo do Gamescom. Vai dar pra fazer.
Wouldn't probably be possible. Ladders are another one, because
Lembrei.
people are building giant houses, they're building bases. We've seen bases take over the entire yard, and sometimes they build straight up. They don't want to spend their time climbing a spiral staircase, so they started suggesting ladders.
Ladders straight up.
And we did it. A lot of the suggestions that we take from them, which are great, are quality of life suggestions. Because they're playing the game. They know what they want in order to make the game more fun for everyone. And so a lot of the stuff that we've seen come
Jogo mais diversão, você joga pra se divertir, né, meu parceiro?
when, you know, you're going to shoot, I miss stuff all the time. The arrows fly around the ground. Instead of having to go one by one and pick them up, you can actually go and just walk.
O jogo mais divertido até agora que eu vi. Agora aí é o da faquinha lá, que faquinha xinga pra caramba. Yes, yes, faqueando lá, yes, yes, aquele parece engraçado pra caramba. O jogo do Pinóquio também. Acho que o jogo do Pinóquio não diria divertido, mas diria ser bom jogar, né?
We reintroduced new creatures in the yard, such as the infected weevil. Everybody loves the weevil. This one's better because it explodes, and there's nothing more fun than that.
Oh, absolutely not.
And then we also have larvae, infected larvae, and their whole goal is just to ruin your day, and they're perfect.
I relate strongly to that, I won't lie.
They're perfect. They're my little babies. I love them. But we didn't have a spider in there at first. So
deveria mostrar mais gameplay desse jogo, né? Enquanto elas vão falando, essa gameplay, né? Não dá pra ver tanto assim gameplay do jogo. Esse jogo das formigas aí. Lá eu falei, parece um filme, né? Que teve um desenho. O moleque diminui e começa a conviver com as formigas.
We don't need to say goodbye to all that hard work.
Yeah, no, so the team is very dedicated with every update that they do.
Falou jogo de sobrevivência, você vai conviver junto com os animais ali de boa.
Going to be some things that we may not be able to find because it is in game preview early access. But that is their number one.
Matar umas baratinhas.
To make sure that is
and so they are doing everything that they can to make sure that when this goes up, everything can go through. Your base will still be there. That said, I would like to say that they would love to see people start a new save just to experience Grounded with the story from the beginning. So start over, you know, learn about the
save.
Yes.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, because you can keep your other one.
Don't delete the other one.
Keep it there.
No.
But start a new one, and that way you can experience it, and then you'll be able to experience it because there are a lot of players who've been playing from day one. The team has been able to make a lot of changes to the beginning of the game to where if they haven't started a game in a few months, it's completely different. And that's one of the things that I love about being here is that we're talking to players, and I'm finding some who haven't played in months. They were just like, I'm done. Picked it up a few months later, and they were like, oh my god, there's so many changes. This is... And they've just been hooked because now they find some ease in this tutorial.
Well, that feeling of survival's come back again, right? I imagine, I mean, I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but for the people who are end-game building, they're in these massive mansions, they've got every material possible. When story mode comes along, they're going to be able to dive right in and they're fully prepared. So it's whether or not people want to really go back to those roots and that survival and get themselves from the ground, well, grounded up again, I suppose.
And the thing about the story, too, is when this update does come out, the story is going to be integrated into the game. So it's not going to be a separate mode. Like, they're not going to go through and pick new game, story mode. It's just going to be in the game, like quests and everything else. So people who have been playing will also be able to join the story mode without having to do any fancy stuff to get it to work.
Então vai ter o mundo aberto primeiro, né? Onde você vai poder jogar lá, ficar comentando o jogo. E depois eles vão lançar uma atualização e vai mandar a história do jogo. Aí você pode fazer a história do jogo lá, zerar ele, acho que voltar ao normal.
We saw her in the footage just then with Adam and Phil. She's literally right here behind me. I can see she's absolutely stunning. We saw some of the epic battle gameplay with said mother. And I'm just going to make some estimations here. Is that a final boss battle? Is raiding on the way? Can you tell us a bit more about combat? I'm so curious.
Yes, I love that you just automatically go to a final boss because
she's humongous. Surely the mother is the end of the game.
No, she is actually the first mini boss players can encounter.
That says a lot about where it's going as well.
Yes, it's great. So, fun fact, when we first launched the game, there was a spider that lived on a flying Discman in the hedge. And that was her home. Players would go and disrupt her, and
she's just living her best life.
She was. And so the dev team decided to take her out for a bit. They built her a beautiful home, and now for the price of the BLT,
BLT?
BLT, bombardier parts, ladybug parts, and thistles.
So not a bacon, lettuce, tomato.
Yes.
Your own version. Love it, yeah.
But you go and you build that sandwich, you present it to her little cove, and then she comes out and she goes, oh, thank you for the food. Oh, and your dessert. So you get to experience a little bit about that.
Yeah. So tell us a bit more about the combat then. So I'm approaching it from someone who, when I raid, I'm very much like a ranged melee type, but I like to surround myself with tanks, DPS, healers, etc. Is this the type of combat you can see folks taking in, that level of strategy? Also, to a degree, is there solo combat? Do you think you could take on the Broodmother by yourself?
Yes. So the one nice thing is, although we don't say, like, you can be this class, this class, this class, and all of the kids in the game, they are built the same. The way that we get to that and allow you to kind of customize your game is that we have mutations in the game.
Oh, okay.
And that is something that you can pick. So like for the Broodmother, there's a mutation called Reliable Friend. And for people playing with me, that is probably the best mutation to have because I die a lot.
Okay, yes.
I just like to go in and charge and be like, hey, friend. Oh, no, you're not my friend. And so with the Reliable Friend, they're able to pick someone up much quicker so you can get back into the fight because there are babies and ads that come in and that could be pretty hard to pick someone up as you're being picked at by a few different spiders.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So there is a way to do it with friends and get yourself ready, get all the equipment ready. In fact, is there any gear that maybe like you've eyed up? Because we were talking just before we were saying here, and you actually were doing that gameplay in the background of Phil and Adam's conversation. So as someone who's taken on the Broodmother themselves, what's your number one tip that you could give us, maybe to prep and think about?
My number one tip is that, like most people know, spiders are afraid of fire. And so if you get some spicy stuff on your weapon, spicy. So we have different modes, so you can collect mints and collect transmute your weapons that way and stuff. My favorite is the spicy, which adds a burning effect to it. And spiders do not take well to that. So that is probably the best weapon you can have.
Okay.
And for a ranged player like you, we do have arrows that are equipped with the spicy tip. So that way you can use that to fight and you'll be good.
Perfect. And then I can just run around the map, pick them all up again.
Yep.
Keep it view, off I go again.
You're great.
Stunning. I love this. Right. The one thing that is really amazing about Grounded in particular is about that we could talk about the full release is coming in a month, as a reminder, September 27th. But like I said, the amazing thing is that you can go play it right now, right this second. So I want to ask you, for both new and returning fans, remind people where they can go play Grounded right now.
Yes. So Grounded is currently available on the Xbox Game Pass, which I do say I subscribe
Já
to.
tá disponível no Xbox Game Pass.
It's a subscription we're subscribing to.
I call it theft, so I'm glad we have different words for it.
You know, but we mean the same thing.
Vale a pena assinar, já tá no Game Pass, de graça, pode baixar lá,
The
rapaziada.
fact that there are so many day one games, just like Grounded.
Yep.
It's
and so many of the shows we have, the games even we spoke about today as well, all on Game Pass.
Oh, no, it's great. So that is like the easiest way that I recommend people, because then if they're done with Grounded, there's so many other games that they can go and explore.
Absolutely,
and that's perfectly fine. We're all gamers. We all want to see what's out there. If they don't want to do Xbox Game Pass, it is currently available on the Windows Store and on Steam. So you could purchase it now. This is the early access game preview price. We have announced that the price will be going up. So for people who are waiting for story mode before they actually go out and play, I would suggest if you want to own it, buy it now, take advantage of this price. Otherwise, Xbox Game Pass.
Get yourself on Game Pass. Absolutely. That's the main thing. So before you leave, and I don't want you to, but I have to say that before you leave, let's talk a little bit more about the booth itself. As I mentioned, we do have this amazing photo up behind me with the Broodmother. I'd love you to tell us a little bit about why that's here and why it's so important to the team to turn up in that way.
Oh yeah, no, it's great for us because we get to bring a piece of the game for players to actually experience. The beautiful thing about the Broodmother is that she's built to scale.
To scale.
To scale. So she is 17 feet wide, 7.5 feet tall, and thankfully we have her in a hunched mode, so she's not completely towering over you. But it's just amazing to have that and have that fan experience here, especially when we have an update coming out very soon that players can go and experience. It's nice to bring them here, say, hey, check out Grounded, and then when the update comes out, they can go and they can play with their friends. And that is something that I do want to mention that we do with this update. We have something else that players have been asking for. And although it's not out in the public, it's out on the test flight.
Okay.
And that is shared worlds.
Okay, interesting. What's that?
And that means, so if you and I want to play a game, woo!
We will, by the way. We will. Yes, yes.
And you're like, you know what, I have stuff to do. And I'm like, you know, I want to keep playing. You can share your world with me. We log off, you leave, and then I can pick up by playing myself. And then when you come back on, you join my game. And all the progress I've made is saved. And it's just a way that the team has been able to get players to continue to play with their friends.
Yeah.
And keep that momentum going. Because when you get on a roll, like in a survival game, and you're like, we're building this house.
Yes.
And someone leaves, you're like, okay, I hope I can remember what I wanted to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that rolls into the whole theme. We've spoken about it a fair bit, but the accessibility of the game.
Yes.
And I think, again, we saw the Broodmother is another element that is brought into accessibility. And there's a key word for it. You told me about it, and I would love for you to say the word yourself of what this is.
The Danger Dumpling mode?
Danger Dumplings.
Yes. So back in the day, back in the wee days, when it first came out, we do have accessibility mode. And that is something
Eita, mano, duas mulheres conversando vai hora aí, mano. Duas mulheres conversando. Ele vai acabar games com elas, mano.
So, and we wanted to find a way in order to get this mode playable, so that way fans could play the game who are afraid of spiders, but also still felt like they were getting the true experience.
Sure.
And so back in the day, we called it's still called arachnophobia mode and everything, but we started to see some people here or there call it a danger dumpling.
Carrapato,
and
mano.
it just kind of stuck. So internally, that is our name. So we love it. Some people find it more frightening than the one with the legs. To each their own. I personally love the one with the legs, but the danger dumpling mode is also perfectly fine.
Just a big spider gal, aren't you?
Oh, it's great. Like, at some point I'll have a tarantula, but we're waiting on that.
I love the goal. Manifest the spider. It's going to happen.
It's happening.
Absolutely. Well, I know I need to get a picture with this last, so if someone could just screenshot this right here, then maybe I've already done it today. But I did want to thank you so much for joining us today, Shiloh. It's been an absolute pleasure talking to you. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the booths at Gamescom, though I have a feeling they're not as spider-infested as you want them to be. So thanks again, my darling.
Yes, thanks for having me here.
É nada, vai acabar.
So,
É mentira.
now that we've explored the backyard, coming up, we'll be taking a trip back in time to the 16th century to where my co-host Maxi chats with the folks behind Pentiment, the upcoming murder mystery adventure game set in Bavaria in the 1500s. But first, we have a video to share that might strike a little bit of a chord.
Aí tiraram o som. Tiraram o som. Direitos autorais, entendeu? Aí tiraram o som. O YouTube deve ter enchido o saco do cara e os caras tiraram. Canal aí. Olha o Naruto ali, sentado ali junto com o Sexta-feira 13 ali, o Jack. É o Jack. Ok? Esqueci. Não me lembrar não, mas sou ruim mesmo. Há pouco tempo. Não é Jack. Jack? Não é o Jack. Ó. Mas são jogos que eles já mostraram, né? Ah, esse jogo aí eu tô louco pra jogar, hein, mano. É engraçado, hein. Em português vai ser melhor ainda. A legendinha daquela ali, a legenda corta, né? Os palavrão do fuck, yes, o cara faqueando lá, fuck isso. Tirar sua estripa, seu fila da. Mano, a faquinha revoltada. Esse joguinho aí. Joguinhos aí, mano, parecia aquele jogo que comprava na banca. Aquelas revistas que você comprava na banca e vinha com um jogo, tá ligado? Tá lá com o CD. Era assim mesmo. Oxi, peladão. Estudando o corpo humano.
So joining us now, our game director Josh Sawyer and art director Hannah Kennedy.
Não, tem muito pra falar desse jogo, né? Só a história dele, né?
Because the game is set in Bavaria, I can finally bring out my inner Bavarian and say, Servus, nice to have you. Thank you so much for joining us here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, thank you. And I also want to call out that I really appreciate that you are the only two guests who have set a game in Germany. And Josh, du sprichst auch ein wenig Deutsch, oder?
Ja, stimmt. Und wir freuen uns, hier zu sein.
So he just gave you a race, basically.
Oh, wonderful. No, continue, please.
Yeah, no. He said nice to be here, but I think we would appreciate if we stick to English if you're okay.
Natürlich.
Okay, perfectly fine. So now that the game is set in Bavaria, and I'm a little biased here because I live in Bavaria, I've had my share of Oktoberfest, but I think what's really interesting, why did you choose that region?
I think my interest in Germany goes all the way back to my childhood. My grandmother was born in Kempten, in the southwest part of Bavaria, and I started learning about my family history and our genealogy. When I went on to college, I studied German music, later German history, German language, continued studying German after I graduated. And then so I just had this interest in German culture and history.
Do alemão, estudou tudo de alemão, música alemã, língua alemã. Acho que manja pouco de alemão, hein?
So now that we know where the game is set, could you tell us a little bit more about the when, the who, and give us an overview of what Pentiment is about?
Sure. Pentiment is a narrative adventure game, and it is set in 16th century Bavaria, specifically Oberbayern, in the fictional Kearsau Abbey and the nearby community of Tassing. Kearsau Abbey is a Benedictine double abbey, very rare for the time, and also very rare for the time it's still producing illuminated manuscripts, which by the 16th century had mostly been taken over by groups like the Guild of St. Luke. You play a character named Andreas Mahler. Andreas is a journeyman artist who is completing his Wanderjahre, or wandering years. So he's been traveling around Europe, getting experience working with masters, but he's making a little bit of money at Kearsau Abbey before he returns to Nuremberg, and a murder happens. So that kind of throws a wrench into things. His friend at the Abbey is accused of the murder, and he basically is the only person in a position to try to prove that he didn't do it, but he has to figure out who actually did.
So Andreas Mahler sounds like a friendly guy. He's going to save his friend. Is that his only friendly trait, or can we learn a little bit more about him?
No, so Andreas is a specific character. Obsidian is kind of known usually for making more blank slate or broad characters, but Andreas is a specific character in this place and time. So he comes from a family of artists in Nuremberg, hence the name Mahler. But his father was able to do a commission for the rector of the University of Erfurt, which gave Andreas the opportunity to get a university education, but he dropped out. So he has something of a university education that allows you to pick your backgrounds for Andreas, but he eventually goes back to the artist life, the family business, so to speak, and he's just trying to wrap things up before he becomes a master when this kind of throws a wrench in everything.
And there are a few games that are set to play as one character for a 25-year lifespan. So I would imagine Andreas, as you just described, it's a pretty interesting character. But could you tell us what the fans can expect in the 25-year journey?
Yeah, I would say, again, most Obsidian role-playing games will focus on a story that takes place over maybe a few months, maybe a year or so. It's pretty rare to have something that spans decades of time. And we really wanted to focus on seeing how a character like Andreas, who is coming into his adulthood, beginning his life as a master, how he changes over several decades. But not only him, also Kearsau Abbey and Tassing, which are characters of their own, filled with actually hundreds of characters, interconnected families, the monks, the nuns, the peasants, the craftsmen, and just seeing how they change over time. But it isn't just narrative, it also has a lot of impact on how we portray that through the art.
Yeah, so the art is reactive to this time that passes as well, and we really wanted to make sure that the characters didn't feel in isolation like they were growing while everything else was staying the same. So the scenes are updated as well as people growing and changing over time. Some people pass away. So that presented some challenges in that we wanted still these characters to feel recognizable, like you remember them from previous acts where they might have been babies or children or completely different people, but still be easily recognizable and still something that you can feel attached to. As well as with the scenes, you know, different scene states change, as well as each of our acts is set in a different season, a different time of year. So we have updated weather effects, the landscape changes with the time, and so yeah, it impacted everything. We try to make that as thorough as possible.
And I really love how the game has set in this medieval look, and that you would see it in kind of, I would say, ancient text. How did that period, time, and location drive the art style of the game directly?
Yeah, absolutely. The art style was really informed by this period of time and real existing art from that period. This is a historical game, so we had the opportunity to be as representative as possible, as well as this is a story that's being told from an artist's perspective. So we got to reference works from the time period, both to inform how we wanted the game to look, as well as be key points of reference for you know, different information about the characters themselves, because this was a pre-photograph period of time. So, you know, we looked at existing art from artists of the period to inform what people decorated their homes with, what types of things they cooked, what types of clothing they wore. This is all things that you can find reference information about through text, but when you're trying to represent how they look and, you know, find ways to adapt that art into the context of a game, it was really useful to look at paintings. One example is that Andreas Mahler is designed after specifically the self-portraits of Albrecht Dürer. You know, that was not only a painting that showed what art at the time looked like, but also how that artist viewed himself, or at least wanted to present himself to the world at the time. Another really core piece that we used to reference for building the scenes themselves was the Nuremberg Chronicle. That was a really large book with lots of different woodcuts in it that showed landscapes and people, all sorts of things. So the woodcut style from that, we used that text really consistently throughout making the art for the game.
And you can see that those details, they stand out. It's such a unique approach of the art style of the game, which is really great. And how does that gameplay work in that environment?
Yeah, so laying out the scenes based off of that informed a few different things. Definitely how the character navigates the space. We had some experiments on what felt good, if it was going to be sort of open floor plane navigation versus navigating on paths. So figuring out how the scenes were going to be positioned and how the paths were going to work definitely informed how we were going to have the player navigate the space. One example was that we had some challenges with paths going straight up in the game felt really bad, and eventually we kind of figured out this is because all of the reference material that we were styling there after, they almost never show a character head on. They never walk into the scene space, they're always shown in three-quarter view. So identifying that that's what felt right with the art style definitely changed the design of the navigation and the locomotion within the game.
And one definite style really stands out to me, and I think I saw some tattoos that also have this type of font, Josh. Like, what are the fonts that you are using in the game?
Yeah, so fonts are a really big part of the game and the art that we wanted to have really custom made and bespoke for what we were doing here. So we worked with a partner studio to design a number of different custom fonts for the game, and we wanted them to be different for different types of people, both in different social classes, different cultural backgrounds. We have a peasant script, we have a special font that's just for the monks, and that process was really important. I think it was Josh's kind of idea. He wanted to incorporate this to round out the characters within the game, but yeah, I think we have 6, right? 6 different fonts?
I think so. Yeah, and we also put a lot of effort into custom features for rendering the fonts.
É tipo um jogo paradão 2D ali, mano. Você sai perguntando para as pessoas, você vai juntando as coisas uma com a outra, né? Que a pessoa vai falando.
So every stroke of the letter comes in one at a time. And the way it comes in initially as very dark, glossy ink with a highlight, and it quickly fades and goes into the page and dries, and it bleeds around the edges. Additionally, people make mistakes, and they actually will make mistakes in real time, and you'll see them scratched out and redrawn. Also, even things like we use different special colors. This is found in a lot of illuminated manuscripts, for example. The word God you'll see a piece of dialogue written out, but God will be written last in red ink, which was the way that they would do it. And then finally, another feature is that our one printed typeface, because this is the birth of print in this era, that typeface is actually pressed in. So everything else is written in, but the
não é um jogo de muito gráfico, mas é um jogo muito detalhista, sabe? Pra você descobrir as coisas, pensar. Entendeu?
I love these details. I can talk about fonts forever.
I love them.
Yeah, we could too. The whole show is going to be
Tem
fonts
atentos
now
detalhes.
I'm sorry. No.
Acho
But you're making a game. You're making sure that anybody can play that game and it is accessible. Could you tell us a little bit about that feature?
Yeah, so I mean, one of the things that we found very early on is that because of all these special fonts, and also because we have a game with so much writing, people were being challenged by a lot of those fonts. I mean, they were hard. They even made jokes in that time period about how hard to read those handwriting forms were. So we have an easy read mode. So at the beginning of the game or any time in the game, you can say, I don't want the super complicated fancy fonts. I just want the easy read fonts. It replaces everything, makes it much easier to read. You can scale all the text up very large. We have a high contrast mode. We also have a text-to-speech option. That helps a ton. And then there are other features for like cognitive challenges, or even just if you don't know anything about history. So I think there are going to be a lot of people who see this, I hope, and they say, I love the art style, I like the idea of a narrative adventure, but I don't really know much about Germany or 16th century. So we have a glossary in-game. Anytime you see a term, Martin Luther. Who was Martin Luther? Erasmus. Who was Erasmus? You'll see it underlined, and you can go into the margin, get a quick definition, enough to understand the context and go back in. That goes into your journal so you can reference it at any time. And then because we have such a huge cast of characters, we also found that people were saying, I can't keep all these people straight. So when a character is not in the scene, but they're mentioned, their name is underlined, and you can go into the margin, you'll see a picture of them to go like, oh, that's Brother Guy. Oh, that's Mother Cecilia. Now I remember. So we have all these features in there to make it easier for people who might be challenged by some of these things.
I love that. That's like the doorway of approachability that you're opening right there. And thank you so much for thinking of that from the start with your game. So
tentando descobrir quem é o assassino.
And when you decided to create this game and have it set in the 16th century, I must think you do a lot of research. I know you said you studied German history, but do you work with experts? How did that go, that process?
Yeah, I contacted a number of people either that I knew because I did go to university for history, or people that I had read about. So Christopher de Hamel was a consultant for us for illuminated manuscripts. He's like world-renowned for his expertise in that, and he was very helpful for understanding how a working artist was operating at this time period. Dr. Edmund Kern focuses, well, on a lot of stuff, but what we used him for was his expertise in sort of Austria and the Holy Roman Empire, social structure and legal issues at the time, and then Dr. Winston Black, who specializes in medieval and early modern medicine. So we drew upon all of them to help give a lot more layers of authenticity to how we represented the time period.
Amazing. So I'm going to expect a lot of details in there. I'm going to learn a lot. I feel like I'm going to learn a lot. So even though this is a very different type of game than the Obsidian is known for creating, are there any elements that you would say that continue the hallmarks of the Obsidian titles?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we wanted to make something that was different and more approachable and sort of narrative focused, but we also wanted to give players some choice about how they define Andreas. One of the things that's nice about saying that Andreas went to university is that you can choose what he studied, or really what he was interested in. So, you know, you can say, I was a Latinist, I specialized in grammar. So he knows Latin, he knows things about the Roman Republic, and that can come in handy in his investigations. Casting is actually built on Roman ruins. We're in Cologne. This is a common thing in this region. He can also choose to say he studied the occult, because some people don't realize that in this time period, books on magic were largely circulated among the clergy who were in university settings. So this gives you the opportunity to unlock these aspects of his educational background or is how he lives his life. For example, do you live as a hedonist where you just indulge every pleasure, or are you a businessman who focuses specifically on
Netflix reagiu. Opa, suave Netflix. De boa.
But then also it's very important
15 segundos o vídeo. E o vídeo, meu parceiro? Eu? Acho que reage. Deixa o like. Deixa o like e a gente reage.
And that's a very ambiguous thing. We leave that open to you,
Tá bom,
and it's up to
então.
you to sort of see the consequences of it.
So it's more than just a mystery in general, it's like really an open environment, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, the reason why we don't call this like a detective game, even though there are elements to it, is it's a narrative adventure, but you are investigating a murder. But we want you to feel like there is ambiguity here. You're not a detective. There is no forensic science. So you are investigating a number of people who have motives, and it's up to you to really present the evidence that you feel is maybe the most compelling, but you don't have to. You could also just turn in the person that you don't want to be around anymore, the person you don't like as much, or it could be the person you think the community will miss the least. But the thing is, because you're going to be returning to this community over many, many years, if you get someone punished for a crime, the people who are close to them are going to remember that and they're going to hold it against you. Maybe other people
Deixa eu ver o cara.
and they'll be totally fine with it. But that's part of the appeal, I think, of an Obsidian.
Vamos fazer câmera do Plim Plim aqui. Ver o vídeo aqui. Canal do cara. Top, hein? Tem. Que vídeo aqui? Esse aqui, dá logo de cara. Primeiro aqui, 53 segundos. Qual o vídeo aí? Fala aí. Pega. Em 53. Né? Qual vídeo você recomenda? O último que fiz. O último que você fez? Há 5 horas atrás. Tá aqui, né?
Siri, quanto é 0?
É daqui, né? 20 segundos. Esse aqui é do... Sim.
0 dividido por 0.
Imagine que você tem 0 bolachas e as divide igualmente entre 0 amigos. Quantas bolachas cada amigo recebe? Está vendo? Isso não faz sentido. Come, fica triste porque não há bolachas. E você fica triste porque não tem amigos.
Nossa!
Siri, quanto é...
Ah, pego! E você fica triste porque não tem amigos. Toma. Ai, caramba. Mancada, hein? Ai, caramba. Tá. Fizemos o comercial. Plim Plim.
Game is that the story is more about living with consequences rather than a right or wrong answer.
Esqueci de me inscrever. Inscrever no canal do cara aqui também. Aqui, ó. Toma. Inscreve no meu canal aí, hein. Vou fazer vídeos engraçados só pra divertir mesmo. Tá bom, tá ótimo, pô. Entra no grupo lá nosso do Discord aqui, ó. Você pode entrar no grupo nosso, né, do Tecnológico. O pessoal tá aqui, ó. Tem esse Iluan, que ele tem o canal 7MZ, que é o canal de instrumentação do 7 minutos lá, que é o anime, os rap de anime, né? Aí ele manda aqui também, ó. Tesouro, falei, vai ter a live e tal, que ele posta os vídeos aqui, ó. Pode ter vídeo lá, reage. Aí eu reajo. Se quiser entrar aqui também, você pode postar Você pode postar quando vai ter vídeo novo. Pode colocar aqui, tanto no bate-papo quanto aqui na divulgação. Morou? Se você quiser. Aí eu já, quando eu fazer live, já tenho os vídeos já prontos aqui já pra reagir, entendeu? Só entra aí, ó. Cai no Discord aí. Eu tô falando meio louco assim que eu tô com a voz zoada, meio gripado. Não tô falando muito na live também. Entendeu? Vamos lá, falta pouco, rapaziada. Falta pouco pra acabar, hein? Tem mais 1, 2, 3 apresentações de jogo. Entendeu? Só mais 3 apresentações. Tá, porra, nessas 3 apresentações de jogo tem 1h30.
Can't wait, because that means also for streamers when they stream the game, it can turn out into different choices. I think there's a lot to explore. So what was the development like of the process in the reality?
Quem quiser pode entrar, quem quiser pode entrar no grupo Discord aí, que lá tem brincadeiras. Eu sempre posto também notícias da tecnologia. Beleza? Tem os bands. Tá direito, deixa eu apresentar direito pra vocês, né? O Discord, né, mano? Tem presente direito, o bagulho só fala, entra aí e já era. Ó, tem o bate-papo aqui, rapaziada, mandando boa tarde, boa noite, bom dia. E manda também aqui quando... Aqui é eu falando os próximos jogos da Epic Game vai estar de graça, né? Aqui são os 2 que estão de graça agora lá no Epic Game, até quinta-feira que vem. Na próxima quinta vai ter esses 3, Tomb Raider vai estar de graça. Submerge também vai estar. Quis aqui, sei lá. Mandei lá. Aí, como falei, tem o 7MZ lá que ele postou lá pra eu reagir hoje. Já reagi no começo aí da live. 7MZ. Uma mensagem. Opa! Salve! Vou mandar um salve aqui, ó. Salve! Boa. Isso. Aí tem os memes aqui que eu posto também, ó. Vocês também postam. Arte. Se você tiver alguma arte, você pode postar suas artes. GIF, divulgação, você pode divulgar seus vídeos. Você pode estar colocando aqui. Jogos, se você tiver alguma ideia de algum jogo que você quer que eu faça aqui uma live, entendeu? De domingo, final de semana, eu vou pegar final de semana pra zerar jogo, entendeu? Sábado e domingo. Beleza, mano? Tranquilo que você entrou, valeu aí. Aí se você tiver alguma... eu quero que você jogue, zere esse jogo aqui, faz live desse jogo. Aí vocês podem estar postando aqui enquetes. Vou colocar alguns enquetes. Aí aqui tem o Aknarto. E tá adivinhando qual personagem de desenho anime que você tá falando, né, com ele. Então o pessoal fica brincando aqui. Entendeu? Parque de... É isso, mano. Aí tem aqui anúncios que eu faço, né? Eu vou fazer live, já coloco lá pra vocês lá. E faço os anúncios também das notícias. E eu tenho o site, né? Eu tenho o site aqui que eu posto. Aqui, ó. Site do R Tecnológico. Onde vocês podem estar entrando aí no site do R Tecnológico também, ó. As notícias estão lá, tudo lá. E os produtos da Amazon. Que está com parceria com a Amazon. Onde você pode adquirir produto da Amazon através do nosso site também com o nosso link. Entendeu? Se não tiver nenhum produto da Amazon que vocês vão comprar, que vocês queiram, não tá aqui. Vocês podem estar mandando lá no Discord ou aqui deixando um vídeo, deixando um comentário nesse vídeo aqui. Entendeu? Aí vai estar aqui, ó. Clica aqui para adquirir já. Entendeu? Aí você vai entrar vai cair no site da Amazon. Ó, esse Xbox aqui, ó. 2100. 2100 tá baratinho, mano. De 2.700 reais ali, ó. 2.649 para 2.100. Tá barato, hein? Vou comprar. Então quando vocês for comprar um produto da Amazon, lembra de mim, hein? Fala, ô Rivaldo. Ou do R Tecnológico. O Rivaldo, sou o Rivaldo. Vou comprar o produto da Amazon, esse daqui, ó. Manda o link aí. Manda o link pra vocês, demorou? Então bora lá continuar assistindo lá o... Obrigado, mano. Então, e aí? É nóis, tamo junto. Deixa o like, né?
So I pitched my boss, Fergus Urquhart. I said, I'm going to make this game with a small team. And then I went to Hannah and I said, I have this idea for this game and I have an idea for an art style. It's kind of blending these two eras because it's a transitional time, but I don't really know how that worked. So...
Yeah, at that point I was really excited because this was a unique challenge, but I was coming from my concept artwork from an illustration background, so I loved the idea of this being like a living book.
Deixei mais um inscrito. Boa! Obrigado, hein? Mais um inscrito aí, rapaziada. É isso que eu quero. É isso que eu tô falando, mano. Aí, ó. É isso. Deixa o like, se inscreva no canal. E vamos.
The art that would be eye-catching, be easy to understand, and work really well for the format. So, yeah,
Um ajuda o outro, né? Um ajuda o outro.
So it's super obvious. This game means a lot to you. It's very personal. So what are you two most excited about for fans to play Pentiment and discover for the first time?
Yeah, one of the things that I'm most excited about is this game has been kind of difficult to clock for people to figure out like what the genre is and what it's all about, and I think that's really interesting. Like, I think that intrigue is exciting, and we have this potential to bring a bunch of different types of people to the table, people that either might not think that they already enjoy history or the idea of a historic game, or people that love history and maybe don't game at all. I think we have this potential to kind of have people learn something new in this context and maybe expand what they already know that they like. And for me, that's something that's really exciting about this project and games in particular. We're at this point now where there's so many games, so games that can do something new and a little bit unexpected or just kind of confuse people in a good way. I love that.
How about you?
Yeah, I think, you know, this story is a really personal story for Andreas and the people in this community. And we've put a lot of effort into all these like really funny and cute and tender moments that I found are, even in this format, which is you know, a very unconventional art style and it's all presented through text, has been really emotionally impactful for a lot of people that have played it.
Tá rolando o Gamescom. Eu tô reagindo ao Gamescom. Esse vídeo aqui é de ontem. Foi a feira só do Xbox na Gamescom ontem. Foi ontem. Eu tô reagindo tipo um dia depois, sabe? Porque aí sai a dublagem. Imagina assistindo esse vídeo aqui 4h30, não entendendo nada que eles estão falando. Inglês tudo sem legenda nenhuma. Então eu espero o dia seguinte pra reagir, porque aí tem a legenda. É importante, né? Acho que é importante ter a legenda, né? Aí prestando atenção, mano. Aí não tô falando muito por causa da garganta, tá zoado? Eu tô prestando atenção no que eles falam, que aí de vez em quando eu comento alguma coisa ou outra. É, vambora.
I want to find out more about this story. I love it. I love the presentation. And yeah, it's really exciting just seeing people play it and have a really positive response.
So last but not least, when can we get our hands on this game?
We're going to be able to play it on November 15th of this year.
So my broadcast is almost finished. I'm going to go and play Pentiment right after that. I'm super excited to play. Thank you both so much.
Vai jogar nada.
I really appreciate it.
Tem cara de jogar esse jogo, não.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure.
So before we hear from the folks from the newly announced Under the Wave, let's look at a totally turbulent new collab featuring your favorite dodge brawlers and the heroes in a half shell. Dodgeball and turtles, that's a level of like
Tem cara que joga no Valorant, Fortnite.
Grab a slice of pizza,
Jogos mais agressivos.
feast your eyes on this upcoming crossover event in this shiny new trailer. Cowabunga, dudes!
People of Knockout City, you've been lied to. We've been forced to live beneath your feet. It is time you saw the truth. We will live in the shadows no more. Go, go, go!
Go, go, go!
Time for us to step into the light. The mutant mutiny begins now.
Tá pego. Areninha, uma arena, toma. Cara, o rato, cara de rato. Jacarezão. O glu glu glu, tem outro que passou atrás. Glu 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 glu. Era isso aí, né? Ah, tartaruga ninja. Top. Oxi, tipo uma queimada, tá ligado? Aí, ó. É tipo uma queimada mesmo. Uma arena, aí você pega a bola, Ó, ixi, virou uma bola o personagem. É uma queimada, mano. Ali. Toma. Mutante. É, tipo queimada. Esse jogo aí eu achei bonito quando lançou no primeiro dia do Gamescom. Ficou na pegada no náutico, né? Ah, tá tudo aqui.
They sink in time. Touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts. And here, voices can only come from the deep. Deep under the waves.
The Waves. Vai sair em 2023. Agora quando? Data específica não tem. Aí vamos falar aí agora. Ixi, agora vai ter hora falando, hein?
And before any questions run on, let me just say a massive congratulations on the reveal. Must feel amazing for you and the team to finally have Under the Waves out there.
Hi Graham, thanks a lot for your feedbacks. We were really happy to announce yesterday the trailer of Under the Waves, as we work a lot on this trailer. So yeah, all the team is really happy today. Fantastic. And we have also a lot of really good feedbacks so far. So yeah, everyone is happy.
Good. It was a real standout moment, that trailer in Open Night Live, just really shone in that show. And after seeing the trailer, I've got a ton of questions I want to dive into. But let's start on the surface, okay? You know, give us the overall pitch for Under the Waves.
Yeah, sure. So firstly, Under the Waves is a single player, narrative-driven and adventure game. It takes place
Cadê a legenda, mano?
In the North Bay area and in the late 70s settings. You play
Stan, a
professional diver who work for an oil company. Yeah.
Excellent. Right. So I'm in, but let's dive a little deeper.
Ih.
My immediate reaction to the trailer there is
Essa
that
parte a
there's
gente
a
vai
real
ficar sem
emotional
legenda, hein?
arc
Vou
to the
pular,
story
hein?
here. Can you tell us more
Não
about
consigo
that?
entender nada.
Yeah, sure. So
Maluco.
Stan has kept some grief from the surface. So firstly, he decided to walk underwater to
Legenda, caramba.
find some rest from the surface, to think about his own life. So as a game
Não
has
tem
a lot
legenda
of
mesmo não,
mature
hein?
topics, we really work on the atmospheric side of the game and the emotional side of the game. So yeah, the main idea was to create a very emotional game. Yeah.
Ih, aí moiou, hein?
That kind of escape and that isolation for Stan when he's under the waves. It looks amazing, but I also saw some pretty surreal imagery in that trailer as well, like things you wouldn't necessarily expect to see under the waves. Tell us more about that and how it will play into the story.
Yeah, sure. So Stan has
Você vai ficar sem legenda, mano?
from the surface and also a lot of memories to. It's an indie team where a dozen of.
Ah, fica sem legenda, hein?
When you do something on your controller, what happens on TV has to be super low, and you have to feel like you're really in control of the game. So you can even see as I'm like coming around here, like how responsive this is. Like, you can see I'm just jumping.
Não dá pra entender nada.
Some stuff like
É
that.
mancada, hein?
Decided to be re-inspired by those kind of old.
Acho que não deu tempo do YouTube processar esse final, essa parte final, tá ligado? Legenda. Ah, vai embora, né? Até agora. A gente vai tentando adivinhar.
Old memories, old vintage thing to be in a comfortable world, and for us it's kind of Madeleine de Proust.
Yeah. Cool. The music in the trailer is incredible too, and such a great way of bringing the atmosphere of the game to life. Who's working on the music for you, and how are you using it to kind of raise those emotional stakes?
Yeah, so the music was composed by Nicolas Bredin, who is also a co-founder of the studio. So in general, in all of your game, we work closely with the composer, with the writer. So the idea was really to work on emotional music to follow the stand stories through the game. So we work with all synthetism.
Pague lotado.
We work a lot on sound design too. And the idea was really to be minimalistic and emotional in the music, and with also vibes from 70s. So with all the old synths, etc. And our main reference were Sigur Rós or Radiohead, very nostalgic music too. Yeah.
Cool. I really get the sense that there's a lot of like personal connection to this game with you, but tell me more about the rest of the team. Like, how is the process of creating Under the Waves been for you?
Sure. We are quite an indie team. We are a dozen of people, very talented people for all the team, and we come from a AAA company. So with Nicolas Brodin, the composer, and Sébastien Renard, the writer, we have created Parallel Studio to really craft strong narrative game, because we have a lot of idea. We had a lot of memories from our own past. So we decided to really create a game with many things from us. It's a really personal project from all the team. And
construção de jogo. Ainda vou aprender a fazer jogo.
Right. Now you've also mentioned there's kind of an ecological message at the heart of Under the Waves as well. Clearly in the setting with drilling and industry. So how are you bringing that to life, and how are you adding that into the world of the game?
Yeah, sure. So mainly the idea was to focus the story and about human impacts on the ocean, not to be just ecological, but to create a strong poetic message about life, the cycle of life.
Right.
Because to move into the life, we have to be confronted to the cycle of life itself. And when we take some breath from the life, we see nature, we see the life around us. So the idea was to create a poetic message around the story about the sea life, about the poetic sea life around you. And that's why we really decided to work on ecological strong messages in the game. So for example, you will be able to find some strong facts about plastic in the world. And of course, Stan will react about we'll have a lot of questions about his own impact as a worker in our company, and to enhance these messages, we decided to find a foundation, an association, association. So we
vou prestar atenção na legendona.
Foundation to really bring their messages also in the game and to fit this message
pastel.
closely. And so you will be able to find a lot of things about Surfrider in the game. Yeah.
Awesome. And the work that Surfrider Foundation is
Os caras jogando lá atrás lá.
inspiring, and I know you've got a video to
Falar sobre o ambiente, né?
Let's take a look.
Clean water. Inspired communities. This is what we fight for. On the ground.
E agora, o que é isso daí?
In the classroom.
Sei.
At the heart of the political debate.
Falou lá no...
Every day we take action to battle plastic pollution, protect water quality, and reduce climate change.
SOS, socorro.
Powered by a dedicated grassroots community around Europe, we are driving change at every level to ensure that our ocean and beaches exist for future generations to enjoy. We protect what we love. Since 1990, we are Surfrider Europe.
Hello everyone, I'm Remy from Surfrider Foundation Europe.
A Fundação
All of us
Maung.
at Surfrider are very excited to announce
Cara,
that
minha
we
mãe
are
tá piorando.
collaborating with Parallel Studio and Quantic Dream to
Levantando
amplify
uma ONG aí
our
pra
actions of protecting the
proteger a
ocean and
natureza.
seas by bringing our messages
Não
to
jogue
their
lixo
upcoming
na
game
rua.
Under the Waves. As gamers ourselves, we
Importante.
really enjoy seeing how video games can
Esse
carry
porco aí que fica
meaningful
jogando
messages.
lixo na rua,
It's
jogando lixo na
crucial for
praia.
us to raise awareness of the richness
Só
of the
tem
ocean and its vulnerability.
festa,
We are
Réveillon,
very pleased to do that in a whole
rave.
new way,
Na
thanks to
praia lá
Parallel
o pessoal
Studio and
deixa
Quantic
tudo
Dream.
sacola,
Under the
lixo,
message
tudo
is what the beauty of
na
the
areia.
ocean
Você
and
fode
the
também, né,
necessity
mano?
to protect it. We strongly believe in it at Surfrider, and we look forward to telling you more about this collaboration soon. So stay tuned to surfrider.eu for more information on our mission, and underthewavegame.com for more
DEIXEM
information on the
Europa,
collaboration.
Fundação Europa.
Incredible stuff there, and such an important organization to support. So Ronan, tell us how Surfrider is working really closely with you on the actual development of the game.
Yeah, sure. We done a lot of brainstorming, so we take a lot of facts from Surfrider, for example, quantity of plastic in the ocean, etc. So we decided to really add those messages and facts in the world, so the player will be able to scan the area and find some information. We'll be able to find more complicated, more precise facts through your logbook. And we have also done a really strong work on the backstory of the game. So one of the main characters is directly linked to the Surfrider. And so yeah, we decided to work closely with them, not to just have an ecological message, but really to fit the narrative side, the poetic side, and the real experience side is about ecology and the beauty of the ocean. Yeah.
Right, and I think you've even got some Xbox achievements inspired by
sure.
Surfrider, right?
I did a lot of achievements.
Olha lá, apareceu na TV. Ah, vai lá que tá ali só pra aparecer na TV.
Strong medium for that kind of messages, and for us it's really important to move with that idea. Yeah.
Totally agree, Ronan. Okay, when can we play Under the Waves?
Under the Waves is for next year in 2023.
Excellent, Ronan. Thank you so much.
2020 vai sair em 2023.
And a really important message as well.
Aquele jogo lá.
Thank you for joining us here at Gamescom.
Thanks
Appreciate it. Cheers, Ronan. Okay, up next, we're hearing about a new era of Xbox gameplay without a console. Yep, you heard that right. Maxi is standing by with Harrison Hoffman from the Xbox Cloud Gaming team.
Throughout the show, we have been highlighting great games that you can get your hands on later this year.
Tem cara que joga igualzinho aí, joga
But for
igualzinho.
this segment, we're going to change it up a little bit and welcome Harrison Hoffman, who will walk you through the future of Xbox gaming without having to have an Xbox console. Now, I know I just said what I just said, but could you explain to us what that really means?
Yeah, for sure. So what we're showing here today is the brand new Xbox app for Samsung Smart TVs. So this is an app that comes pre-installed on all 2022 Samsung Smart TVs, and all you have to do is launch the app, sign in with your Microsoft account, pair a Bluetooth controller. We actually support both Xbox as well as PlayStation DualSense and DualShock 4
Xbox, tá com o
controllers,
controle do Xbox,
and you
do
can
PlayStation ali.
just jump right into the game to play.
Well, we're right here right now. Could you walk us through a little bit what that app looked like?
Yeah, for sure.
No Xbox dá pra jogar com o controle do
right here, we're on the home screen of the app.
PlayStation.
So
Ah lá,
the first thing
é
you'll
mesmo.
notice when you
Isso
come in
mesmo.
here is we've filled the top of the screen with your recently played games. So we know from our experience with the console that the most common thing that people do when they come back to play is just jump right back into something that they were playing before. So we made that really, really easy. Now, if you want to find something new to play, you can just kind of scroll down from here. So you may have heard recently we made Fortnite free to play on Xbox Cloud Gaming. So again, all you need is that Microsoft account and you can just jump right in and play Fortnite. But if you have an Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscription, that's when you unlock, hundreds of, high quality games that you can just play right here inside the app. So you can see some of the game selections that we've curated for folks here. Some of our most popular games: Forza Horizon 5, Halo Infinite, Sea of Thieves, all the ones that you'd expect.
Halo.
And then
Jogo no
obviously
joguinho.
our recently added games. So we're constantly adding new games to Game Pass, and I just kind of come in here like a couple times a week and see what's new and just jump right into it. So 2 Point Campus, Turbo Golf Racing, Cooking Simulator, all ones that have come out really recently here.
Can we jump into a game right now?
Yeah, let's do it. So let's check out Grounded. So I'm super excited for the 1.0 release of Grounded that's coming up here, and I've been checking it out a bit lately. So let's just load up
Jogo
into
do
the game
Xbox
here.
fica
So
gravado na
what's
nuvem.
happening right now is
Yeah.
we are connecting you to the best Xbox Cloud Gaming server for your session here. And when you're playing in Xbox Cloud Gaming, you are playing in the Xbox ecosystem. So that means that all of your cloud game saves from your PC or your console or your phone are all automatically saved to the cloud, so you can pick up right where you left off from anywhere here. So you can see we're getting into this game, and we'll just go ahead and get the game started. And what's happening right here is this game is running on our hardware in the cloud and being streamed down to the TV in real time at 1080p 60 frames per second.
Can I try it?
Yeah, for sure. So let's just load this game up here, and then we'll let you have a shot at it. So All right, so here we are at the beginning of Grounded, and you can see I'm running around and
hoje aquele jogo lá da que apareceu a mulher lá falando lá pra caramba. Das formigas lá que você fica na terra, né?
Do something on your controller and what happens on TV has to be super low, and you have to feel like you're really in control of the game. So you can even see as I'm like coming around here, like how responsive this is. Like you can see I'm just, you know, jumping.
O jogo já tá liberado no Xbox Game Pass lá.
So let me actually
jogar.
let you take a shot at this.
Can I take the PlayStation controller?
Yeah, you can take the PlayStation controller. So let me swap controller for microphone here.
Oh, and wow. This is the first time for me playing an Xbox game with a PlayStation controller. But I know what you mean. Like the input feels great.
Dá pra jogar com o controle da PlayStation no Xbox. O cara tá jogando. Ah lá, ela tá jogando.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously, here at Xbox, we have been making consoles for 20 plus years. And like, I actually personally worked on, you know, Series X from early planning all the way through launch. So like, myself and the team have tremendous respect for the gaming experience that consoles bring to TVs. But we also know that not everybody is going to buy a dedicated gaming device like a console to play. So, you know, all you have to do, like, if you have a TV that this app works on, you just have to launch the app and you can play.
So this is a multiplayer right now. Like, how can I team up with my friends here?
Yeah, so obviously multiplayer, a huge part of the Xbox experience. So that's why whenever you're in a game, you can hit the Xbox button here. I'll just grab my controller back.
I can take this for you. No, we're handling this fine. We're great. Okay.
Exactly. So you can come into the guide here to see all of your friends. You can see what they're doing. You can invite any of them into your game. If one of them invites you to a game, you can come in here to view your invitations as well and just join right up. Also, achievements, a huge part of playing on Xbox. You got to be able to unlock those achievements and get your gamer score. So you can do that here. All the achievements that you unlock on your TV are reflected across the Xbox ecosystem. So I can come in here and just really see what I need to work on.
Thank you, Cloud, I would say.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. All right, how about we check out a different game?
Which one are you trying?
Well, I've been really into this new game called Turbo Golf Racing
mais mostrando a função do Xbox agora, né?
It's actually in game preview. So let's just hop right into this. And this is one of those games that, you know, when I saw it come up on the recently like added list, you know, I don't have to download it. I don't have to update this game, you know, so it's just super simple for me to just go and try it out. And it turns out that I really like it, and it's super fun. So
are you go for yourself then?
I used to be more of a golfer than I am now, but I do still enjoy it from time to time.
Golfe.
And this is different. Well, I can drive, but I don't golf, so I got 50% chance that I'm good in this game.
Okay, okay. All right, let's just get right into a game here. So, just pick a solo map here, and we'll see what we can do.
So how often would you switch a game in one session, for example?
I mean, it kind of really depends on the mood that I'm in. Like sometimes I want to go and just try out a bunch of different games. Sometimes, you know, I'm super invested in a game that I've been playing for hundreds of hours, and that's just kind of what I'm into.
Caramba, qual que é o nome de jogo lá de carros lá que você tem que fazer gol, tá ligado?
To jump into any of these games without any hassle, and you know, obviously over the years people have gotten
campo de golfe.
Obviously, over the years, people have gotten super used to, you know, streaming their movies and
TV
shows from apps on their TV, like Netflix and Disney Plus. So, like, we really just want to make it as easy to stream an Xbox game to your TV as it is to stream like a show from Netflix.
Tá no buraco, né?
Well, it looked like you're already pro here, and you have been dedicated some sessions to it.
Yeah, struggling a little bit right now, but I swear I'm better when I'm not on camera. Okay, so I do have one more treat for you here. So. Follow me this way.
I will follow. We will go to the next station. I'm thankful we're having 2 stations right here.
Mano, pensou se ele leva o fio ali e leva a TV junto, mano? Ele chuta o fio ali, ó.
has a
Isso
huge
dá uma
history on
balançada, ele tá,
PC, and you kind of always need to have like, you know, a
ele tá com o fio no
high-end
pé
gaming
ali,
PC
hein?
to really be able to enjoy
Não?
this. Well, recently, you know, we brought this game over to
Essa é
Series X
engraçado, hein?
as well, and it's now playable on the cloud. So
Ele
there's no
chuta o
big
pé,
downloads here.
arrasta
I don't have to have
o
expensive
fio, a
hardware.
TV, o
I can just
controle,
come in
arrasta
here and
tudo.
fly and explore. So I'm just kind of
Rapaz.
coming into beautiful Naples, Italy, right here. Do you want to give it a shot?
Yes, of course. I never say no to gaming.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. So, folks at home, if you never tried Flight Sim, just really, I would recommend take a volocopter, take a Hello Pelican, and hover over the cities, because these details are so beautiful. And I have to say, Asobo did a really amazing job.
Yeah, I mean, this game is beautiful. It's just such a technical achievement too, and you know, all of these textures are just streaming down from the cloud in real time from our Azure data centers, and that's really what makes this whole game possible here.
Simulador de avião.
When is this coming out? This is out right now, right?
Simulador de avião tem que ser condutor de avião, não
So if you have a 2022 Samsung Smart TV, this comes pre-installed. If you just go into the gaming hub on your TV, then you'll be good to go.
Thank you so much, Harrison, for walking us through this. And I have to say, we've really come a long way from blowing in cartridges, wiping off our CDs to get into gaming. But one thing never changed, and that's the importance of community. And I love to see how platform is evolving, lower down barriers, and brings everybody together. And there's one franchise that brings the community together like no other, and that is Minecraft. I'm handing it off to my co-host, Graham, who's going to talk about the upcoming Minecraft Legends.
What is my favorite legend of the overworld? The
Uma
one
hora
I
só.
like most tells of a peaceful land
Dá
that did
nada.
not know.
Pode ser legenda, aí fica ruim.
Until it was attacked by
Minecraft.
invaders, spreading the scourge of greed and fire. It tells of a world on the brink of disaster, rising to answer the call of a hero.
Eita, pelo.
It tells of struggles and sacrifices. But most importantly, this legend reminds us that hope can win the day.
Adorando a Deus.
And that
Pegou o
when
monstrão.
fiery foes seem never
Pega.
ending, that
Pegou os bichão.
is when the world needs legends the most.
Minecraft Legends 2023 também.
Watch out, everyone! The piglins are coming! And we're going to talk a lot about those wee guys. But before we do, I should introduce not piglins, but a couple of the team members responsible for the
Os caras
highly
tirando foto ali,
anticipated
pá, pá.
Minecraft Legends. Welcome to the game's executive producer, Dennis Reese.
Vai
Welcome,
tirar
Dennis.
foto pra caramba.
And creative director, Magnus
Pode
Niepos.
filmar.
Welcome, Magnus.
Thank you very
for joining us today. Hey, welcome back to Gamescom.
Yeah, it's great.
Feels good
So
to be
excited.
back, right?
I know. It's nice to be back here in Germany with sausages and video games. It's excellent.
All the good things
Yeah,
at once.
Those are a few of my favorite things.
Yeah,
Sausages
exactly.
and video games. Right, so you
Oh,
announced
tá mandando
Minecraft
tchauzinho,
Legends
tchauzinho.
at our Xbox
Bonjour.
showcase back in June, right?
Tá no
So give
canal
us a
aí.
reminder of what we should expect from Legends.
Well, Legends is an action strategy game based in the Minecraft universe that really encourages you to go out and explore the world and use all of these resources that you gather to help defend the overworld, which is being invaded by these horrible piglins. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. I think players are really going to enjoy getting out and playing the game.
Yeah, well, it's a new game that we're developing at Mojang. We're doing it together
Tem
with
muito o que
Blackbird
falar, né, vale? É
Interactive.
Minecraft.
It is a little bit of a different game because the easiest way to
Minecraft
describe it
aí,
is
ó, pá.
action and strategy.
Tem
So
que
it's a
atacar
kind of
aí,
unique
tentar sobreviver.
combination of gameplay.
Lá.
Nice. So it's not the same
Nice.
Minecraft that we're used
Ó a
to, but
bandeira.
clearly still set in the Minecraft universe, still got all the things we know
Os
and love about
porquinhos ali,
Minecraft.
derrubou o
But it must
bagulho.
be so exciting to take that universe in a different direction, right? So why did you choose to do that with Minecraft Legends?
Well, with Minecraft, we really like to, at Mojang, we really like to create games that we love to play. And we're really passionate about strategy games. And years ago, people are sitting around talking about how they could bring a strategy game into the Minecraft universe. And, the more talk, and it turned into something that we really wanted to do. It was, it's passion, really, that drove us to this legend.
Great. And it's kind of within the Minecraft universe, you do kind of have this kind of blank slate, right? To create all these different experiences, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Must be fun to play with.
Yeah, no, that's one of the great things, you know. Minecraft is such a treat. It's like it's for everybody in so many ways. We do have, you know, the original game that we usually call vanilla. We have done Minecraft Legend. No, sorry, we're doing that now. We have done Minecraft Dungeons.
Yeah.
And now we want to bring yet another game to broaden the experiences that player can experience within the Minecraft universe. So.
Great. So once the idea or the sort of seed for Minecraft Legends developed, like, how did you build the team around it? Who did you bring together to work on the game?
Well, we knew that when we started to go out and build this, there were a couple problems we had to solve. Number one, Mojang isn't a strategy game developer. It's not something we do. And number two, as Magnus mentioned, you know, a real Minecraft or original Minecraft is called vanilla to us. And for us, vanilla is really important, and the studio focuses mostly on vanilla. So we had to go find a partner, one who knew how to build strategy games, and you know, one who really had a passion for Minecraft. And so we started looking around, and we uncovered Blackbird Interactive.
Okay.
They were known for making the strategy game called Deserts of Karak. And they were a pretty newly formed company at the time, but their experience ran deep with strategy games. And the more we looked at them, the more we realized how passionate they were also about the Minecraft universe. We really thought they could be a great partner for us. And so that's when we started moving forward.
Right.
And when we started to work with them, they also, you said they were already passionate, but they were also eager to learn what's the secret behind making a Minecraft game. So it's been super interesting to work on them, like their creative team, just, you know, tossing ideas around. And could it be this? No. Could it be this? Yeah, great idea. And we
Pessoal pulando lá atrás da.
You know, throwing ideas back and forth, what's good for Minecraft and what's not
Deus
good
de
for
fantasia.
Right. It must be great to bring new people, new ideas into that kind of Minecraft melting pot. That must be a ton of fun, right?
Oh, so much fun. And actually, you know, the team started very small. Just a few of us kind of getting going. And then once we had a good idea as to how we wanted to progress, it slowly got larger and larger. And then, you know, new people with a lot of new experience came on board. And I remember Magnus, actually. Magnus came on, 2-3 years ago. And when he came on, his experience with open world games completely changed how we wanted to think about Legends. And we were able to take a lot of his experience and apply it to Legends to really create a better experience. And I mean, and that's the story across the board with lots of the folks from you know, the team as it grew. And I really enjoy it. It's been a great experience.
Wow, Magnus.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
It's a pleasure to work with them, and you know, the whole team is fantastic to work with. And as Dennis said, I came aboard a couple of years ago, but I also saw the energy that already existed there. Like, everybody was so excited, and it was great to, you know, for me to learn a new environment and a new type of games. I come a little bit from a different background. Yes, I made open world games, so I can bring that experience, but Minecraft is so different. So it was a lot of super fun learning for me as well, coming to Mojang. You know, really of course I played it almost since day one, because, you know, back in the day Mojang was a studio across the street from me, so like I've known it for a long time, but just, you know, getting to know it for real, working with all the creative people, both at Mojang but as well at Blackbird, you know, just that's what I like to do as, you know, in my creative leadership. I kind of like to lead the teams, you know, just get them together. But there's so much creativity going on, and you know, get that snowball effect of just talking about ideas and so on.
Minecraft agora, mano.
I mean, he even listens to me, the executive producer, every once in a while.
Every now and then.
Every now and then.
What a team, that's amazing. No, speaking of the team, though, one of the things that
jogo de
fascinates me
guerra
about
que
this
nada
is
a
that
ver
Blackbird
também,
are in Canada, right?
Ah, era, né? Já deu, né? Já deu, né? Deu, né? Já deu, né? Moral. O cara ficar falando no Minecraft de Legends. Depois vai ter um joguinho de guerra, nada a ver. Também.
Constantly, or
massive empire in
Age
Western
of
Africa.
Pires.
The most famous Malian ever was Mans.
Moral. Chega, né? Deu, né? O jogo que eu queria ver, já vi. Tô cheio, né? 1h da manhã, rapaziada. Amanhã eu acordar cedo. Amanhã eu vou acordar cedo. Vou lá na... No Museu do Game. Amanhã eu vou lá no Museu do Game. Vou na 25. Na 25 amanhã. Dar uns presentinhos pro sobrinho. É isso aí. É isso aí, rapaziada. Chega. Amanhã tamo aí de novo. Beleza? É isso aí. Falou, rapaziada. Valeu. Deixa o like. Se inscreva no canal. Tamo junto. Até a próxima.